Good morning, everyone. Mike Flanagan here with you, along with Dave Wodka. And we just wanted to come on and let you know that we've been dealing with some technical difficulties here this morning in this bowling center. But those issues don't need to be explained. You want bowling action. And so far this morning, we have seen the U20 boys and U15 boys have taken to the lanes, and they have bowled 2 games. And Dave, from what we can see around us, we can at least update everyone and report in what has happened from what we have seen.
Right. I can give you the score or the winners in the 4 matches in the U20 boys contenders bracket. Right here in front of us, Christopher Yadao defeated Joseph Grondin. To the left of us, Wesley Lowe advanced by defeating Caleb House. And Brian Halen defeated Nate Stubler. And also Jeffrey Mann defeated Colin Walsh. So those 4 are going to move on in the U20 boys. And we're going to get started here again in probably about 30 minutes or so, I would guess. In the U15 boys, I do know that Nolan Blessing defeated Spencer Robars. So Spencer Robars is eliminated from the event. Looks like Anthony Nyer defeated Brandon Heiska. We've got a match going on over here. Justin Bone is bowling against Michael Harmon Jr. And Justin Bone has a chance to get up in the 10th here and actually shut out the match. And he made a very good shot, and he actually did shut out the match. So Justin Bone is going to advance over Michael Harmon Jr. And we're going to get a look at Justin throw his fill ball here. Again, as long as he stays behind the foul line, the match is over. Just needs 1 pin, so just needs to stay behind the foul line. Which he does, and Justin Bone's going to move on.
Yeah, and I just flipped that camera over from up here, booth level. Once again, everybody, we have had competition happen this morning here, and we will be back with you now that the stream is up. And we seem to, knock on wood, be through our technical difficulties. And we will bring you the next round of competition here
and
we're on Bowl TV.
We're scheduled to start in about 15 minutes. We'll get back on as soon as they get the names up and get the next round going. The next round will feature the winners bracket as well as the contenders bracket in both divisions.
And when we do come back, we'll have guests. We'll have Bill O'Neill, and we'll have Rob Gottschall along with Dave Wodka. And we're looking forward to bringing you the next round. And thanks for bearing with us, everybody. And we'll be back here in just a few moments, about 5, 10, 15 minutes or so, whenever they get everything together. We've been up here troubleshooting here on Bowl TV. Thanks for being patient.
like to go down there, we are seeing now for the television finals for the U12. Voters, please report to your lane. Welcome to round 4 of the Junior Gold Championships double elimination match play bracket finals. These athletes will be bowling in a double elimination bracket. Each division match will consist of 2 games where total pinfall will determine the winner. The higher seed bowler will have lane choice. The player on the left lane will start the match. In the event a match is tied after 2 games, a 1-ball roll-off will occur until the tie is broken. Once an athlete loses 2 matches, they will be eliminated from the event. Simply follow the lane numbers on your division's bracket board to determine where you will bowl the next game. Athletes, you will enter the scores on your recap sheet. Once your match is over, turn in your recap sheet to a tournament official. 1 lane courtesy is in effect and will be monitored by the tournament competition. There we go. All right, bowlers, your arrows are up. You may begin bowling for score, and good luck and great bowling.
Good morning, everybody. We are back with round 4 of the U20 and U15 boys match play here at the 2017 Junior Gold Championships presented by the brands of Ebonite International. I'm Dave Wadka this morning, joined in the booth by PBA Tour champion Bill O'Neill and PBA PWBA Tour rep for Ebonite International, Rob Gottschall. Good morning, gentlemen, and glad we're finally on now after a little bit of technical difficulties during the first round, but we're here getting ready for the 4th round of match play. And right here in front of us, we've got a U15 winners bracket match. So there's only 4 left in the winners bracket. One of these athletes is going to be down to the final 2 in the winners bracket.
Yeah, I was watching them practice a little bit, and both Colby and Solomon look pretty comfortable out there. They both look like they're pretty confident in their ball reactions, so might actually see decent scores here.
And we've also got another camera set up, and we'll get some shots. We've got a winner's bracket match in the U20 division between Ryan Winters and David Hooper, and David Hooper really just kind of put it to Jeffrey Mann last night in the 2nd round in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, he was pretty calm and relaxed, and you know, didn't get overwhelmed by the moment. You know, I think when you're going up against somebody like Jeffrey, you know, knowing what his resume is and knowing how good he's bowling right now, you know, just the intimidation of it could lead to low scores. And he wasn't phased. David wasn't phased by it a little bit, and he got out there and really put it to Jeffrey. So it says a lot about him.
What a great spare there by Colby Money to remain clean through 2 frames, making the 3-4-10, 2nd frame of the match. We're going to get over here and get a look at David Hooper now. And both David and Ryan Winters started with a strike.
Both players over there, Dave, in the U20 match decided to kind of break the lane down a little bit to the right with some surface. Now they've both migrated just a little left with some cleaner balls, a little bit weaker balls.
Rob, what's your opinion on, you know, trying to break the lane down to the right, you know, when and doing that when you only have 5 minutes of warm up? Do you think it's even worth your time to do that?
I mean, if they're both doing it, you got a little chance to see some change, but 5 minutes is not a lot of time. You don't get a lot of shots in. Plus, they both had the first round off this morning, so they weren't very loose. You know, you got to get loose in that 5 minutes too. So,
yeah, and from what I've seen with a lot of the guys who are trying to do that is they move too far left after they get done doing it. So they break the lanes down around 7, 8, and then all of a sudden, you know, they're crossing in between 15 and 20 at the arrow. So they're never seeing the spot that they actually broke down. You know, the idea is you just want to move like two or three left of the spot that you broke down, so you give yourself a little bit of mistake room out there.
Yeah, and David Hooper, he kind of has done that. He's moved a little too deep, basically into a flatter part of the lane.
Yeah, because where it tricks them then is then every time they miss a little bit left, they go high. They think they're hooking, so they just move left. They keep going and going and going, and then they're left of the pattern. So every time they get it right, it goes light.
Yeah, Ryan Winters has pretty much done what you've said, though. Ryan has moved about 2, 3, 4 left of this where he was throwing with his stronger balls with some surface. Obviously, he's got a little hook spot because that ball picked up pretty good and went through the face for the 4, 6, 7.
You're seeing this with a lot of the competitors out there. It's just the early game jitters, you know, which is obviously completely understandable. But they seem to pull together the back half. A lot of the games we've seen a lot of games that have started out, you know, 28 in the second. You know, they end up splitting again somewhere in the first 5 frames, and then somehow pulling a triple or 4-bagger together to bowl. You know, ends up in the 180s. It seems like to be a common theme.
It has been very impressive how they close out games. You know, facing a little adversity and some of those nerves early, you know, they do pull through in the end, and we have seen a lot of, you know, triples or four-baggers to close out games, to get in the 180s, 2-0s, something like that.
And you know why they're here. You know, you're bowling against 600, 700, 800 people in your division, and you ended up in the final 12, or in this case, what is it? How many people are left now? 8.
There's 8 left in each division now. So I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the other 3 matches in the U20 division. The other match in the winners bracket, we've got Justin Whistler against Michael Martell. And then the 2 matches in the contenders bracket over there is Christopher Yadow versus Wesley Lowe, and Jeffrey Mann versus Brian Halen. So we got 2 really good matches in the contenders bracket, and 2 of those 4 people are going to be eliminated. Over here in the U15, we do have in the contenders bracket Justin Bone taking on Anthony Nyer. So there, we've got another PBA matchup there. We've got Bone against Nyer, and I'm sure they've bowled each other many times. And I'll try to get you a quick rundown on the other 2 matches in the U15 in who is left. The other winners bracket match is, I know TJ Rock, and I'm not sure who he's bowling. The other losers contenders bracket match is Angelo Biondo against Nolan Blessing. So I'll find out who the other opponent is against TJ Rock. Vito in the chat, Michael Martell is bowling right now. We do not have him on camera, but we will keep you updated on his match. He's taking on Justin Whistler in a winners bracket match.
TJ Rock is taking on Joshua Wilson.
Thank you for that, Rob.
Looks like Colby Money here is going to need to move a little bit left. He's a little bit too close to the hang spot there. Every time misses a little right. Wants to miss the head pin on him, and he gets it up the lane and wants to go high. I thought for sure he was going to move in a little bit and try to use 6, 7, 8 as his hook spot instead of going up the lane a little bit.
And you guys, I have noticed now, you talked about them breaking the lanes down to the right in this David Hooper-Ryan Winters match, and now both of them are playing to the left. And David Hooper's first couple shots haven't really done the right thing.
Yeah, I think they just panic a little bit. It's very easy to, get into a spot where you miss a little bit left and it goes high, and you don't trust yourself to stay there and get through it clean. So you kind of abandon what you're doing and just jump ship and move move left and try to create. You always want to go to where the spot is where you can use angle as hold. And sometimes it's too early for that because the pattern just hasn't developed enough, yet to do that. But that's always a thing that most of us do as competitive bowlers. Is you're like, okay, well, I'll just move left and use, create hold with angle, but it doesn't really work too much on the fresh.
Well, and as we saw last night, David Hooper, his ball reaction as the lanes start to break down gets really good. So I'm guessing, he's probably just trying to buy a little time until they come to him. He did just make a ball change.
And we're seeing Solomon Salama here with a 4-bagger and putting a little early heat on Colby Money.
He's really impressive. I like his game a lot. He's really, it's compact for a 2-hander. He doesn't his rev rate isn't like, overly high. But he's got softer speed, and it's just a really nice calm game. And Colby's now running to that thing where he just misses just a little bit right, and it's too far right of the pattern, and the ball just has no chance to recover from there.
He's a good spare shooter, though.
Yeah,
and we talked about that a lot yesterday. It's important, even in a quick 2-game match like this, when you're not quite lined up at the start, if you make those spares, you're still in the game. You're not giving away any pins. You're still in the game. You're looking for a little bit of transition going into game 2.
Yeah,
better shot there.
He made the 3-4-10 in the second, and made the 1-2-4 twice in the 5th and the 7th. So, he very easily could have 3 opens and and almost be out of the match that quickly. But he's kept himself in it with good spare shooting.
I'm glad he made the 4.
So happy he made that.
I thought about that as well.
As soon as I said it, I'm like, oh no.
Making sure he makes the 1-pinner after making all the designs. We will watch Solomon Salama get up here on a 4-bagger. looking to extend his lead. A max score of 269 to start the day here. Coming a little bit light.
His game is really good. I agree with Bill.
Yeah.
It is. It's very compact.
Let's take a look over here at David Hooper getting ready to get up. He's on a strike. That match actually is tied at the moment. Early on, only in the 5th frame of game 1. That match is taking a little longer over there.
I mean, you'll find that the younger the player, the faster that they bowl. They're just, you know, the younger guys they're just up there.
We have noticed the
Yeah.
you can look around now, and the U15 matches are all 2 or 3 frames ahead of the U20 matches.
You know, it's funny. We were just talking about, you know, Colby a few minutes ago, how he shot the 1-2-4. He was up on the approach before the machine was even done respotting the pins.
You know, sometimes it's a good thing, because you don't have time to stand there and overthink everything. You know, get in your own way. He knows where he has to stand. He knows where he has to roll it over to make his spare, so he just gets up there and he shoots it.
Yeah, is there for you guys, is there a fine line there between rushing and taking too much time to overthink it? You gotta find that happy medium in there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always of the mindset that you do everything the same all the time. So whether or not you need a strike to win a tournament, or it's the first frame of the first game of the tournament, it should be exactly the same, because your body doesn't know what frame it's in. It just knows how you're reacting to it. So, you know, if you try to, whatever you're doing, if you, like, for me, my pre-shot routine, I wipe the ball off, I wipe my shoe off, I get air, I take a deep breath, and I go. So if I do that every single time, you know, my body, training it to think that every shot is exactly the same. So
That's what I was going to ask you about, a pre-shot routine, and is that something that you condone, and you think everybody should have a pre-shot routine for that reason?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You have to. It doesn't matter what it is. You know, it's anything. If your pre-shot routine is literally picking your ball up and wiping it off and going, whatever it is, it just has to be the same. It has to be the same, so that you keep your, you know, it keeps your heart rate in check, and you're not going up and down.
Guys, we got a little update down here. A couple pairs away in the U15 division, TJ Rock has the front 9. His opponent is getting ready to bowl his 10th frame. Mike Flanagan and I are going to go down there with the mobile camera and try to cover his 10th frame for you guys.
All right, we'll get some bonus coverage here on TJ Rock. Garrett asked about Colin Walsh. Colin Walsh was eliminated in the previous round. And Robert asked about Jeffrey Mann. Jeffrey Mann is bowling right now. He's taking on Brian Halen. They are down on the very first pair. We'll try to keep you updated on the scores. If anything good's going on, then we'll see if we can get the mobile camera down there. Getting a look at Solomon here, and he can really take a commanding lead in this match. Colby opened in the 10th for 184. Great shot by Solomon right there. He looks really comfortable. All right, we're just a second here. We're going to get over there. And
TJ Rock's opponent, Joshua Wilson, finished with 169 game 1. TJ's wasting no time getting on the approach here as he throws his first ball in the 10th.
And this is on the front 9. TJ Rock looking to put a big score up there. A little off balance there. Just a little quick. Maybe what we were just talking about, you know, just a little quick, but still, what a great start.
Absolutely.
Front 9, make a spare and be in the 270s and have a 100-pin lead going to the next game.
It's hard not to root for the, you know, these competitors to, you know, they get front 9 and bowl 300. I mean, what a cool experience that would be. It'd be something they remember for the rest of their life. It's hard not to root for that.
Right, and we've had 2 300s this week. One in the U20 boys division and one in the U15 girls division. So it's been pretty cool. I heard we also had one at the Survivor tournament.
That's really cool.
The extra tournament that's going on. I heard there was one there yesterday as well.
It's really impressive because the lanes are hard. I mean, we've seen, you know, just live streaming, we've seen what, 3 different patterns. So I mean, and none of them were easy.
Right.
You know, if you bowl 300 on this, you earn it.
That was a much better shot there.
Yeah, you could tell he just stayed down at the line. He didn't pop up, and
footwork was just a little bit quick on that first one.
Yeah, he's got the tour thing down though. You know, he got out of time in his first ball, and you know, he just fell off balance, and he went right and checked the approach. I mean, that is a tour veteran move.
It's the Mike Fagan.
It's it is known as the Mike Fagan.
So
if you go high or light, you have to check the approach.
A little interesting,
prereq.
you know, background on TJ Rock. He is from the Las Vegas area, and he is coached by PBA champion Jake Peters.
Very cool.
So we're back here with Colby Money and Solomon Salama. Great start for TJ Rock down there. He's got a 109-pin lead after one game now.
Jake must have taught him the check the approach trick. If you see him check his hand after a missed spare, then you know he's fully invested in
fully in tour mode.
Yep.
Got a little update for you on the Wesley Lowe Christopher Yadao match. Wesley Lowe bowled 279 the first game, and Christopher Yadao is getting ready to throw his second ball in the 10th. Still max score of 211. So Wesley's going to have a pretty sizable lead after one game.
That's a really tough matchup for Christopher. Watching him bowl the first match, he definitely you know, has a very high floor when it comes to how he's playing the lanes, but his ceiling is very low. So to bowl someone like Wesley who has the ability to bowl 500 in a 2-game match really easily, that's a tough matchup.
Made a great shot in the 10th, so he's gonna be at 200 even, making the spare. We'll go take a look at the David Hooper Ryan Winters match. We got a really close match, 1-pin match going through 7 frames. David Hooper bowling his 8th frame right now. A little bit high there.
You know, we talked about it a little yesterday. It just seems like both players pressing just a little bit, not staying down in the shot, making good shots. You've got to trust the fundamentals and what's got them to this point.
And I would think, you know, we're getting down to the end of the tournament. There's only a couple rounds left to make the TV show, and no matter who you are, that has to play into your head, I would think.
Yeah, they can smell it. You know, they're looking over. You can see the TV set from here. You can see the curtains. You know, and you know, it has to play in your mind. Well, you know, it's just a natural reaction.
And this is a big match because if they win this match, they have to be beaten twice by the same individual, you know, to not make the TV show.
Right.
So these 2 matches in the winners bracket are really, really crucial. And obviously it's their first match of the day. They've had to sleep on that thought all night.
So what do you do? I mean, you've been in that position a bunch of times, Bill. What do you do to calm your nerves and to just stay in the moment for this situation where you get so close to making TV? You got to win 1 match or 2 matches. You know, although you want to, I know you want to try to be the same as the first ball of the tournament. We're human,
right?
And it's hard to do that. So what do you do to control that?
You know, for me, before you start, I put my headphones in. You know, I kind of zone out. I'll listen to music, or I'll listen to, you know, some sports podcast or something, and I'll just zone out. You know, I don't try to think about what I'm doing. You know, by this point, you're not thinking about your timing. You're not thinking about anything. You know, because you're there. You know, and you know all the thinking's done in practice and everything. You know,
you're obviously bowling good.
You wouldn't be in this position. You're bowling good. When you get up there for your shots of practice, you're trying to line up, but you're not thinking about your fundamentals. You're not thinking about anything. And you know, you just have to. You know, you can use every sports cliche in the world. And you just got to stay in the moment. Really, you know, just think about that next shot as much as you can. You know, as hard as it is, you have to do it, because if you start thinking about, oh, if I win this match, I got to lose twice. I'm going to be on TV. I'm going to say hi to my mom on the camera. My buddies are going to be watching. It's going to be so cool when I go to school next week. Like, you know, it's all those things, and you're going to get totally out of your element. You're going
to lose sight of what's in front of you.
Yeah, you're thinking about the TV show, and then you look up and you got 60 in the 5th, and because it happens too quick.
Yeah, we can definitely see, I would think, a little bit of nerves here with this David Hooper-Ryan Winters match. Again, like Rob had mentioned, you know, that this is, you win this match in the winners bracket, you now have to be defeated twice by the same person. And I don't care who you are, beating the same guy back-to-back times is really hard. So this David Hooper-Ryan Winters match is going into the ninth. Ryan Winters has finished his ninth frame. David Hooper's getting ready to bowl his ninth frame. Again, still a one-pin match, but David Hooper has the advantage where he could strike out for max score of 214. Ryan Winters can only strike out for max score of 205.
You know, I'm not certain this Solomon and Colby match won't be done before the two games won't be done before David and Ryan get done game one here.
Yeah,
they're flying. These guys are flying. And
Colby's not going away. He's down by 62 pins, but you know, he started with spare triple now, and he's not going away. We talked about this yesterday. Player. This is exactly how, when you approach a situation like this where you're down by a lot of pins going into game two. You know, I asked the question yesterday about what do you have to do, and the answer is you've got to get off to a quick start, and that's exactly what Colby's done. He's now got spare four-bagger. He
looks like he's moved left a little bit, so just enough to get himself away from that hang spot.
We'll go back to that match, and this is kind of an important shot for Solomon, I would think. He's already got one open. His opponent's got a four-bagger on him. He doesn't want to give his opponent any more confidence.
You know, Dave, sometimes when you get down by a bigger chunk, it loosens you up. You know, you're able to just relax and make some good shots.
Right, and Solomon made a great shot there, but a kind of a flat 7. So, you know, Colby's already made up about half the pins through 5 frames, which is exactly what you need to do. So
yeah, and you could tell by Solomon's reaction there. I mean, he knew he threw a good shot, and he looked really defeated when he left that 7 pin because, you know, Colby's got that four-bagger there, so he knows he's hanging around, he's there, and he can't let up.
He's got to make the spare, regroup, which he does, no problem. Hey, Rob, do you have an update on the Jeffrey Mann match down there?
Yeah, guys, I'm walking down here right now just to get some score updates, and looks like Jeffrey Mann had 195 the first game, and Brian Holen with 210. So Jeffrey Mann trails by 15 to Brian after 1. And we're still finishing up here on the other U20 winners match between Justin Whistler and Michael Martell. And Michael Martell can strike out in the 10th for 279. Justin Whistler with 212.
Thanks for that. And we just saw Solomon. You know, I get the feeling that Solomon's pressing a little bit. Even with the 60-pin lead, he just kind of threw that one out the window. He's really he's got to make this spare. He's got to take these next, when Colby throws his next 2 frames, Solomon's got to just relax, take a deep breath. And, you know, at this point now, and that's, you know, he got it back there to make the spare. But now these are important shots for Colby here. He can cut it to almost just a mark.
Yeah, these next 2 shots are what is going to determine this match here. Because even if he goes spare, it gives Solomon, you know, a little bit of breathing room and say, okay, now I can afford to leave a couple 7 pins and make it and not worry about it.
Looks like he likes it, and another great
really good
shot.
I mean, he gets up here in the 7th and throws another one. You know,
he's really going to make Solomon
really
think about it.
Have to bear down here.
And you can see Solomon just walked a whole pair away to sit, and he didn't even want to be sitting over here looking at it. That's another thing. When you're bowling an individual match like this, do you watch your opponent?
I mean, I do, especially if I'm bowling a righty. What a great shot from Colby.
Got a little bit high, but now he did exactly what you said he needed to do, and now it's back on Solomon. To me, all the pressure's on Solomon now on these 2 shots.
Yeah, to go back to your question, I definitely watch, especially if I'm bowling a righty, because I want to see what's happening to the lanes, what his ball's doing. So if I see, you know, that I know he threw a good shot and we're playing a similar part of the lane and he goes higher, you know, I know the lane's changing a little bit. You know, you want to keep your eye on that stuff. What you don't want to do is get your emotions up and down depending on if your opponent's getting good breaks.
So if you're going to watch your opponent, you have to watch and not worry about their outcome.
Exactly.
You need to worry about what their ball is doing, or pay attention to what their ball is doing. You can't control the outcome if they get a lucky break.
What you have to do is just tell yourself that, you know, everything evens out. You know, it may not even out in the match you're bowling currently, but over the course of time, over the course of your life, and as a competitor, things will even out.
First game finally finishing up down here in the U20 boys. Michael Martell finished with 257, Justin Whistler 212.
All right, thank you. And Solomon looking to put a double up there. He made a great shot in the 7th frame and another great shot
wow.
in the 8th. So that's really impressive.
That's really hard. It's really hard to do. You know, knowing that if you go spare here, or strike spare, your opponent can shut you out. You know that, and to get up there and just bury 2 like that is, you know, for anyone is impressive, especially someone at that age.
Right, in the U15 division.
It's got to hold.
And not a very good shot there. And Solomon maybe have a little bit of breathing room now. Colby actually, if Colby would have struck out, Solomon would have had to strike out to win.
Just a little update of the Wesley Lowe match. That one looks like it's all but over. Wesley has 279 and open 6-bagger, and that one's done.
Christopher Yadao had 199 and has a max score of 219 this game. So it looks like Wesley Lowe is going to move on in the contenders bracket. And Colby, a little overcompensation for the last one.
And, you know, we talk about it. You know, Solomon gets up there and throws 2 great shots in the 7th and 8th, and now he puts the pressure back on Colby, and you see him get up there and throw 2 bad shots. I mean, that happens in all aspects of bowling, from the U15 division all the way up to the PBA Tour. You see that all the time.
And you were pretty much right. This match between Solomon and Colby is going to be over. And David Hooper and Ryan Winters are in frame 2 of the 2nd game.
Solomon just walked by me, and he's icing his fingers between shots. He says his fingers are a little swollen, trying to get the swelling to go down.
Yeah, I'm sure for a lot of these players, it's a really long week. That, you know, not as much in the aspect of being a lot of games, because they only bowled 4 games a day, and they bowled a little bit more yesterday. But the amount of days in a row that they're bowling, and the stopping and starting,
and the mental part
and
of
the
it
mental
also.
part. You know, you're driving to different centers. You're traveling half an hour, 40 minutes sometimes. You're in traffic. All these things. You know, it certainly takes a toll on you.
Today is by far the most humid day since we've been here the whole time. So the air conditioner's running really good in here. If you can't even really see outside. The windows are fogged up on all the doors.
Yeah, it is supposed to storm all day today, so it's going to be like that. We're going to stay here with this match through the end. Solomon does have the match locked out now. So Solomon Salama is going to move on in the winner's bracket, and he's now going to have to be defeated twice in order to miss the TV show. Colby Money will move to the contenders bracket and have to win a couple more matches to get back to bowling, to get back on the show.
And Colby's still got a lot of positives to take from this. You know, he made some good spares the first game, grinded out 184, and he came back strong with a 6-bagger this game to put some pressure on Solomon.
Right. 2 frames ago, the match was definitely in question.
I mean, he could double in the 10th here and bowl, 418,
right?
Which is enough to win
a lot of
most matches,
yeah.
and honestly, most matches in the U20 division.
Right.
So definitely take a lot of positives out of that.
And quick score update on the David Hooper Ryan Winters match. David Hooper had 201 the first game. Ryan Winters 179, and David Hooper started with the front 3 this game Ryan Winters has a spare in the first frame and a strike in the second frame. We're going to go over to that match, and we'll pick up a little bit of action here. Again, the Wesley Lowe match is shut out, so Christopher Yadao is eliminated, but still a great week. He earned one of the automatic bids on Junior Team USA by being second through the qualifying.
Absolutely. He's from Hawaii. So quite the trip to get here to Cleveland. He is going to become he's an incoming freshman this year at Midland University in Fremont, Nebraska. So yeah, good week, and I guess a nice little start to his college career.
I mean, I'm sure if you told him before the week that he was going to qualify in the top 4 and get the automatic bid, and then finish in the top 8, I mean, I'm sure he would have taken it. Absolutely.
I think that's a great week for anybody that comes to this event. Obviously everybody comes here to win, but if you're not going to win, you get an automatic berth, and then you make the top 8, and the person you lost to is certainly no slouch.
Right.
He's a previous champion of this event in 2 different divisions.
It's a big shot here from Ryan Winters. Like we've been talking about, he's got to put a little heat on David. He just caught that Brooklyn in the third.
It's a little quick there. You can see he kind of popped up out of it. A little quick. Unfortunate with the 5-count washout, but still a very makeable washout, and certainly not out of the match by any means. Recap the 2 matches off camera in the U20 division. In game 1, Brian Halen had 210, Jeffrey Mann 195, so Brian Halen has a 15-pin lead. And in the other match, Michael Martell with 257, Justin Whistler with 212, so a 45-pin lead for Michael Martell. We will keep you updated as best we can on that. Shout out to everybody joining us this morning, and also all of you in the chat. Go ahead down there and give us a like. Let's move up the board there, get more people watching. You are watching the 2017 Junior Gold Championship presented by the brands of Ebonite International. This is round 4 of the U20 and U15 boys match play. We have 2 people being eliminated in this round, and then we will be down to 6 in each division for round 5, which will immediately follow this after a very short break to verify the scores and reassign the lanes. We have some matches that are done, and we also have some matches only in the 3rd or 4th frame.
Yeah, I just came down here to check some scores in the U15 division. TJ Rock is going to defeat Joshua Wilson. And then Andy Nyer trails Justin Bone by 14 after game 1, but he currently has max 246 going into the 9th frame. And Justin Bone struggling a little bit. He has a max 182, so it's looking like Anthony Nyer is going to advance past Justin Bone.
I'm glad you corrected yourself there, because you said Andy Nyer, which is his father.
I did.
So I'm glad you corrected yourself, so I didn't have to do it for you.
Yeah, I apologize.
This is an important shot for Ryan Winters right here. He's lost by 22 the first game. He's down by another 27 this game. He's really got to start striking here.
He needs a double. There's no doubt about it. But just watching David the last couple of days, he doesn't look like he gets rattled at all. So he's one of those guys that it's just that you can tell by his mannerisms and everything he's doing. Like, he's one of those guys that almost looks like you have to shake him and tell him that he's actually here. He's actually bowling this event. It's a big event, which is it's a great attitude to have. It's like like Francois Lavoie, both 300 at the U.S. Open on TV. It's like, hey, somebody let him know.
Somebody wake him up.
Somebody let him know he just bowled 300, and,
Right.
and that's kind of what you see out of David, which is a great attitude to have, because you never, on the outside anyway, it doesn't look like the moment ever gets too big for him.
Right. So he did get the strike in the 5th frame, and another pretty important shot here. He doesn't want to give David Hooper any more relaxation than he already has. He's already got a lead. He's already got a pretty good lead in this game. He's got to try to put some pressure on him here and at least make David think about it.
All his bad shots, he pulls it down from the top, and then his lower half really pops up. He muscles it too much. So we'll see if he can calm everything down a little bit. That was
and he made a great shot.
Excellent shot.
He made a great shot there.
He did exactly what he needed to do. It was smooth. Just got a little bit behind the head pin. We had a question about Justin Bone. Is he still alive? He is. He just lost to Anthony Nair.
Anthony Nair's had 403, and Justin Bone's got a max of 386. So that match is over. Justin Bone is eliminated. Anthony Nair will move on in the contenders bracket. We're going to stay here. We're going to keep the camera on this match for the end of this round. And then there will be a short break to reassign lanes, move a couple cameras around, and we'll be back with you for round 5 after that. We'll try to get you a couple updates. Somebody asked updates for the U15 matches going on. We'll try to get that for you here in a minute. We've got they're probably a little ahead of the U20 matches, so we'll try to get an update. We got our roving reporter Rob Gottschall today.
Yeah, we know of 3 in the U15. Solomon won, Anthony Nair,
and TJ Rock had a 109 pin lead. So
the only match we don't know is the 4th one down the end there,
which is Nolan Blessing and Angelo Biondo. So we'll get an update on that match for you here.
Guys, I can't report scores because they don't have the scores posted on the screen from the first game. I can tell you what they're doing this game. Angelo Biondo can strike on his fill ball for 258. Nolan Blessing can strike out for 216.
Okay.
So we'd have a 42 pin difference this game if both players struck out, but I do not have the scores from the first game.
All right. And just out of curiosity, how's TJ Rock bowling this game?
TJ Rock had 196. Joshua Wilson had 175. So TJ Rock advances with 474 for 2.
So TJ Rock and Solomon Salama are now the last 2 left in the winner's bracket. Each of them would have to be defeated twice in order to not make the show. So they're going to take a round off. So round 5 is going to be contenders bracket only, and the winner's bracket will take a round off while that's going on. David Hooper did get another strike there, so he's got a pretty sizable lead with only 4 frames to go. Ryan Winner's going to need a lot of help here.
Based upon the reactions here in the back, it's looking like Angelo Biondo is going to move on in that match.
So that would mean Nolan Blessing will be eliminated. Angelo Biondo will move on in the contenders bracket. So we'll recap the U15 in the contenders bracket. Justin Bone was eliminated by Anthony Nair, and Nolan Blessing was eliminated by Angelo Biondo. In the winner's bracket, Solomon Salama defeated Colby Money, so Colby Money will move into the contenders bracket, and TJ Rock won his match. He will move on into the winner's bracket final, where he will await an opponent from the contenders bracket, and he will have to lose twice. We'll recap. We only have 1 match finished in the U20 division. Again, Wesley Lowe defeated Christopher Yadao. That was in a contenders bracket match. So Wesley Lowe moves on. Christopher Yadao is eliminated.
This is a must strike here for Ryan Winters. If he doesn't strike here, this match is all but over.
And he made a great shot on this lane last time. Just bad break with the 10-pin. Messenger didn't quite get there, and a little quick and a 2-8-10. So that match is going to be over. David Hooper's going to move on and be one of the final 2 in the winners bracket. Ryan Winters will move down to the contenders bracket.
That lane seemed to be giving Ryan quite a bit of trouble the entire match.
Yeah, his last 3 shots on that lane, you know, he had a 5-count washout, then he threw one really good and left a 10-pin, and then that one with the 2-8-10. So that lane just got really tight down the lane on him.
Guys, down here in the Jeffrey Mann, Brian Halen match, they are tied this game through 8 frames, and Brian Halen leads by 15 overall after the first game. So Jeffrey Mann's going to be pretty much in a must-strike situation here in the 9th and 10th to put a little pressure on Brian.
And you know, we've talked a lot about Jeffrey Mann on the broadcast the last couple days, and what an impressive run, you know, to be the defending champion, and you know everybody's gunning for you as the defending champion, and here you are in the final 8 this year.
Yeah, he just went high in the 9th frame and left the 9-10.
Oh, that's a bad break.
Well, it was dead through the middle. It wasn't like the high flush 9-10, but he did have a double going in the 6th and 7th, and threw a good shot and left a 4-pin in the 8th. But he's going to need to convert this 9-10, and he's going to need a little help from Brian Halen if he wants to have a chance in this match. Unfortunately, he did not convert the spare. Trails by 15 after the first game. Now he's got 153 in the 9th, can strike out for 183. Brian's pretty much just going to kind of have to keep it on the lane here for a couple frames.
We're in the same situation down here. David Hooper's got this match locked out. There's a lot of cheering going down there in the girls division. David Hooper a little quick there, but again, that's not going to matter.
Seems like the girls and their families get a lot more animated. You know, they're a lot more intense down there, which is cool. I love it. I love when I hear. I think as a dad now, it hits me a little different. But just to hear the parents in the background screaming for their kids is really cool.
Rob, do we have an update on the Michael Martell match?
Michael Martell leads by 45 after the first game, and through 6 frames this game, he leads by 26. So he's got a 71-pin lead with 4 frames to go.
All right. And somebody just asked about Justin Whistler in the chat. That was the update you just got. So he's down 71 pins with 4 frames to go.
Brian Halen makes the 6-10 in the 9th frame, and that's pretty much going to end Jeffrey Mann's impressive run at going for back-to-back junior gold championships. But Brian Halen's going to advance. He's going to knock the defending champion Jeffrey Mann out in the round of 8.
And Brian Halen's been very impressive this week. You know, he came into the final advancers round like 100 pins out of the cut. And 3 games into the final advancers round, he was all the way up to 10th place. He started with like 740 that round.
Yeah, and now he's in the final 6.
And now he's in the final 6. So he's been really impressive this week. Very impressed with his composure. Another one of those kids, just not up and down, just very, very even keel, focusing on the task at hand.
That's what I think impresses me the most about most of these competitors. That, yeah, you know, at first sight you look at him and you go, the talent is tremendous, you know, and you're marveled by the talent at such a young age, but they all have incredible composure, and 98% of them don't let their emotions affect them, and they're not getting too up and definitely not getting too down. They're not getting angry at themselves. They're not complaining. They're just going about their business. And I don't know where it comes from. It's a lot of good parenting, I think, and you know, it's going to help them as they grow as competitors for sure.
Yeah, no doubt, and it is fun to watch. It's fun to watch how far junior bowling has advanced in these youth events, and junior gold in itself, how far it's advanced with everything. Ryan Winters finished with 166 that game. So again, he is going to move down to the contenders bracket, and if I'm not mistaken, he will end up bowling Wesley Lowe in the contenders bracket this match coming up. So David Hooper's bowling his 10th frame. When he's finished, we're going to take a short break, probably 15 minutes. Hopefully y'all stay with us and come back and join us again for round 5. This is the 2017 Junior Gold Championships presented by the Brands of Ebonite International. You are watching the end of round 4 of U15 and U20 boys match play. Round 5 will be coming up, and we're going to go take a short break now that match is done, and we'll see you back here in about 15-20 minutes. Bill, Rob, thanks for joining me, and we'll be back in a little bit. All right, we are back at the 2017 Junior Gold Championships presented by the brands of Ebonite International. This is round 5 of match play in the U15 and U20 boys. These are all contenders bracket matches, so there will be 2 people in each division eliminated right here in front of us on lanes 25 and 6. This is a U20 match. We've got Ryan Winters versus Brian Halen. And on 27 and 8, we've got Anthony Nyer versus Joshua Wilson. Again, both of these are contenders bracket matches. These are elimination matches. The winners of these matches are going to move on to bowl the remaining undefeated players on the side of their bracket, and they will have to defeat them twice in order to make the show. So,
you know, watching Ryan practice, what we were talking about last round, where, you know, he plays the entire practice session in between 5 and 10, and then just kind of moves 3 hours left. He did it again, and I thought his ball reaction was really good playing further right. You know, his ball's a little strong, so I was leaving some 10 pins. I thought he was just going to move a couple left off of it, and I thought he'd be fine. But as soon as he started, he moved probably 10 to 15 left, and just, you know, totally got away from what he was doing in practice. So I'm not quite sure what the strategy was there.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how it plays out for him. We're going to get our first look at Brian Halen right here, 2-hander. And once again, he's had a very impressive run since the final advancers round, where he came from over 100 pins behind the cut to get there. Now down into the final 6.
Yeah, he looks strong. I watched his practice session too, and he's comfortable. Looks like he's in a part of the lane that suits him, and he's last night he got back into his game a little bit. He had that one game where he had 80 in the 6 and struck out, and he's been taking it from there. I mean, he looks really solid out there.
Bill, you used the word I was going to use. He is very comfortable. He looks extremely calm. He's throwing it good. Obviously, his confidence is high after making the run yesterday and then, you know, getting to this point now.
Yeah, he's going to be hard to beat. I mean, that shot was a little bit left of, I think, where he wanted it to be, and it goes flush. So, I mean, when 2-handed bowlers with their high rev rates, you know, when they can miss a little left and it holds, that loosens everything up for them.
So we'll give you a quick recap. We've got 2 other matches going on as well. We do have, in the U20 division, we've got Justin Whistler taking on Wesley Lowe. And in the U15 division, we've got Angelo Biondo taking on Colby Money. So we will keep you updated on that. We're working on putting a camera down on the Wesley Lowe match so we can bring you some coverage of that one as we get into it. And we got Anthony Nyer right here in front of us, son of PBA Tour champion Andy Nyer, and that's been kind of a common theme this week. There's a lot of the PBA players now. Their kids are up bowling in this event, and it's pretty awesome to see.
Yeah, one of Parker's children, Brandon, is getting ready to bowl his TV show, the taping of the TV show right now down on the high end of the house.
Ryan Winters struggling a little bit at the start of this match again. We saw him struggle at the beginning of the last match as well against David Hooper.
Yeah, I think that the ball he's using is a ball that Rob, that's a Paradox, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so I mean, I thought that would have been a really good ball for him to play, you know, somewhere between 10 and 15 with, and now he's using it from much further inside, and it's pretty strong. And it looks like he's trying to force it through the front part of the lane, and it just doesn't have. It's a pretty aggressive, pretty early rolling ball. So when you get in that spot, you know, that far left, if you're trying to force it down the lane, and you're not gonna, it's not gonna retain enough of its axis rotation to carry enough to beat Brian anyway.
Take a look at Joshua Wilson over here. Kind of open and a spare to start. Tough shot there. Joshua drew a little bit of a tough match in the previous round. He bowled against TJ Rock, and TJ Rock started with the front 9 against him in game 1. So he was down by over 100 pins after one game. That's pretty tough to come back. But again, in this double elimination format, he's still in the tournament. And he's bowling, and he's got to regain his composure here, try to make some good shots, and he's only a couple matches away from making TV still.
Yeah, he's catching the early jitters we've been talking about, you know, for the last day and a half, and that's a great spare.
Very impressive there.
He looked good at the end of practice. He was a little bit, you know, his feet were under him a little bit more, and he was making a lot of good shots, and he was striking a lot. And then, you know, when the lights come on, you know, you just got you get a little amped up. You got to try to dial it back a little bit, get your feet under you, and just pretend you're back in practice.
We had somebody ask in the chat about how Solomon Salama is doing. He is actually one of the final 2 in the winner's bracket of the U15. So they are not bowling currently in this round. They sit this round out. They await the winners of these matches.
Probably catching a nap, which is what I would be doing.
Well, we know you would be napping. It's a long day for you.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock right now, right? Nope, 10 a.m. No. That's good. I feel like we've been saying the same things over and over again, but it just continues to happen. The overcompensation from one shot to the next, and you know, this right lane, I think is from what I've been watching, the lane 26 has been a little bit tighter to the right than 25 on every pattern so far we've watched, and you know, he looked like he threw a good shot on 26, and it just went a little long. It just didn't have enough to get back enough to 2-8, and then, you know, he closed his angles down a little bit too much on 25, and he goes high.
So do you think on lane 26, you know, it's given the illusion of being tighter to the right? Do you think it's because the front lane is hooking earlier, or do you think that lane's just tighter?
I think it might be a slight, you know, minor topography thing where it's just a little bit, you know, that this lane just plays a little bit tighter. And, you know, if I were him, I would just slow down a little bit. You know, I just wouldn't try to throw it as hard, and just let it read the front and kind of roll down the lane.
Let's see what Ryan Winters does on this lane, and then after that, we're going to take a look down, our first look in at the Wesley Lowe match. It looked like a pretty good shot by Ryan, and it was.
Yeah, you're seeing that lane is just, you know, it just looks like it's hooking uphill a little bit.
Right.
It just kind of fights it the whole way down there.
So let's go over. We're taking a look now at the Wesley Lowe match. Wesley getting up on lane 17 right now.
Yeah, we're through 4 frames down here, and Wesley Lowe has a max score of 246, and Justin Whistler has the same max score of 246.
Tight match going on early on down there. And that was a great shot by Wesley. And Wesley's had really good ball reaction this morning, and he looks confident. He looks like he's on a mission today.
Yeah, I mean, I you know, we were talking about it at the break. The left side looks pretty good on this pattern that they've been bowling on. The, you know, Michael Martell and Wesley both bowled 500 last block. But I agree, he looks very, very focused today.
Yeah, and so does Michael Martell for that matter. I watched a little bit. You know, he could see off camera a little bit of his last match, and he bowled 500, and he just looked very composed. He didn't look like he was trying so hard. They're beat today.
Michael, for a couple seconds after they got done, you know, he had a tough last game, and getting that winner's bracket.
Whistler, who actually lost to Michael Martell in the last match, now his prize for losing, for the chance to get back to bowl again the show.
Yeah, both players in this match are youth. Justin is playing fairly straight from the right. He's got control of the pocket, but he hasn't been able to get it go through the pins yet. He's got 4 9 counts and an 8 count. He's missed one of the single pins in the first frame.
It was a great shot by Brian there. You could tell that one was just a little bit softer than the one before that, and it just gave it a chance to read the lane enough to get back to the pocket.
Yeah, Brian Halen down here on our match in front of us with a great shot. We got a close match here. Brian Halen with a max score of 252 and Ryan Winters with a max score of 239. We see Justin Whistler get 9 again. We're going to come back over here to our feature matches on 25 and 6 and 27 and 8. Anthony Nyer getting up on a double. Joshua Wilson just opened again, so Anthony Nyer looking to extend the lead pretty good here. And a great shot there, and it looks like Anthony Nyer is throwing urethane as well. Brian Halen on the left side of your screen there on lane 25, working on a strike, looking to extend his lead as well. And through the face, 6-pin. Wow, what a great shot by Anthony Nyer for a stone 8. Boy, urethane's not supposed to do that.
He's got he's got a really strong hand at the bottom, and he's solid out there for someone so young, and he's big. He's a tall kid. Usually you don't see that kind of, that kind of lower half where you're able to stay down on it and get low to the ground when you're that tall.
Right. And it's as we talked about his dad, Andy Nyer, PBA Tour champion. When I watch Anthony's first like 2 or 3 steps, he actually looks a lot like Andy from behind. It's pretty cool. Joshua Wilson's going to need to start stringing some strikes together before he gets too far behind, and unfortunately another 210.
He was throwing it a lot slower in practice. I mean, he was just letting it fall, and he was very soft. And now you could just tell that he's just too amped up, and he's overthrowing it. He's really pulling it from the moment he lets the ball go, he's pulling it to the top of the swing, and then he's pulling it down from the top from there. So it just creates too much inconsistency.
We saw a great shot there by Ryan Winters. He seems to have figured this right lane out to hit the pocket. That was a bad break on the ring 10 there.
Yeah, for the part of the lane he's playing, the ball's too strong, and it's. He's going to hit the pocket, but what's going to happen now is he's going to try to do things to try to make the ball strike, and there's a good chance that he's going to get his elbow into one and he's going to yank it, or he's going to overhit it and it's going to roll too early.
Makes a spare, no problem. We're going to take a look down here at the Wesley Lowe match again.
Yeah, we're through 7 frames here, and Wesley Lowe holds a small 3-pin lead. Wesley struck every time on the left lane, but he's failed to strike on the right lane thus far.
And is Justin Whistler still throwing urethane as well?
Justin is still throwing urethane. He's got 6 9 counts and 1 8 count, and the one missed spare that I spoke of earlier. He just threw his first strike, though.
Pretty good shot right there. Yep, great shot. You see him looking around like, wow, got a strike there that time.
He literally just said, wow.
Is this right lane the lane that Wesley has been striking on?
No, the right lane is the lane Wesley has not thrown a strike on yet. He split in the second, and he's got a couple 9 counts the last 2 times on this lane.
Pretty good shot there. He looks like he's playing a little further left this match. Is that right?
Yeah, he also looks a little firmer than he was. I felt like that last match, he had everything under control. Obviously, as you know, we're getting closer and closer to that potential to make the TV show. Everybody's getting a little more amped up. But Wesley has a max score of 226, and Justin Whistler max score of 213, with both players yet to bowl the 9th and 10th.
So still a very close match down there. We're gonna come back over here and take a look at Brian Halen. up in the 7th frame right now on a spare. And, and he rolled the 2-pin.
A little bit firm there.
And there's that thing again
Yeah.
on the right lane. You know, we've seen a lot of people struggle with that right lane being tighter.
Well, and his last shot, guys, in the 6th, he kind of came up out of it, got a little slow with it, and went high. So I'm pretty sure he was, you know, thinking I got to stay down, be a little firmer with it, and he definitely was on the tighter lane too.
And we've got Anthony Nyer, who made another good shot, left a 6-pin. He's got a 61-pin lead through 8 frames right now, so got a pretty good cushion, depending on what happens here the last 2 frames. And as we get towards the end of this first game, we'll try to get you an update on the Biondo and Money match once they finish that first game.
He's done the same thing like 3 times in a row in that left lane.
Yeah, it looks like he's just getting faster.
Yeah,
the same thing Rob just said about Wesley. You know, everybody's getting a little amped up. You're only a couple games away from the TV show, and it's going faster. Like every match, it goes by so fast now. And I think they got to take a deep breath and get back into their game.
Guys, I got an update down here from the other U15 contenders bracket match. Angelo Biondo just finished his 10th frame with 215. Colby Money wasting no time as usual, getting up in the 10th, and he can bowl 225 with a double. And he got the first one.
And man, I'll tell you what, he does not waste time. You are correct about that. He is up and ready to go. And another split for Joshua Wilson, and he's in a whole world of trouble right now.
Really trying to force it too much, and
let's see how Ryan Winters. He struck on the left lane now. Let's see what he can do on the right lane. Actually threw a pretty good shot right there.
That's a really good shot.
Yeah, that was a really good shot. He actually takes the lead now in that match.
You know, I think he was playing, the wrong part of the lane for him. But what you can say for him is he's making a lot of good shots, and he committed to it, and he's hitting the pocket. He's right now he's playing his opponent, and he sees that he's struggling a little bit. He doesn't need to do anything drastic. Just try to hit the pocket, and maybe throw a triple and bowl a 2-0 game here, and that would be a good score.
He seems like he's actually the most under control right now of the 8 players we've got bowling right now. His demeanor seems the most under control. He's still he's been real solid at the line this game. Like you said, he's made some good shots, and it looks like he's got a pretty good line to the pocket.
Hey guys, we got game 1 in the books down here in the other U15. Colby Money 224, Angelo Biondo 215. So Colby Money with a small 9-pin lead going into the second game. And
we'll get over and take a look at the end of the Wesley Lowe Justin Whistler match real quick.
Justin Whistler getting ready to throw his fill ball. He can strike on his fill ball for 182. Wesley Lowe still has 204 left.
Chase in the chat, yes, this is a 2-game total. And we are coming up to the end of game 1. That looked like a better shot from Brian.
It's still firm.
And it still didn't quite get there.
Yeah, the shot that he threw in the 7th was it was slower and it was more rolled. All the shots that he's thrown that have gone light are firm, and his hand gets around it. So when your hand gets around it and you throw it firm, it just doesn't really have any chance to get back to the pocket.
Justin Whistler finished with a strike on his fill for 182. Probably not the score he was looking for, but ultimately the game he bowled was very, very, very good.
And he's going to be right there. He's going to be within, could be in the lead. So he's going to be within a couple of pins. Yeah,
Wesley converts the bucket. He can strike on his fill for 190. So, I mean, the worst he's going to be down is 8 pins. And, I mean, he got 9, 7, 8 times.
Again, we've talked about it all weekend, controlling the pocket, making your spares, and that keeps you in matches. Even when you're maybe not lined up the best you can be, you make all your spares, and it keeps you in matches.
Yeah, he just had the one mistake in the first frame where he missed the single pin, but I'm sure other than that, if you'd have told him he'd had 8 9 counts, 2 strikes, and 1 8 count. I mean, you take it after game 1.
So did Wesley finish with 188? Did I see that right?
187.
187. So a 5-pin lead for Wesley. So our matches we've got going on right now, we've still got a one match that is not quite done yet. Anthony Nyer is finishing up his 10th frame. The Brian Halen and Ryan Winters match is not quite done yet. But Angelo Biondo and had 215, Caleb Money 224. So Caleb Money has a 9-pin lead. Wesley Lowe has a 5-pin lead, 187 to 182 over Justin Whistler. And Anthony Nyer is going to have 214 to Joshua Wilson's 138. So considerable cushion there for Anthony Nyer. And then we still have a fairly close match going here between Ryan Winters and Brian Halen. For those of you that may just be joining us, this is the 2017 Junior Gold Championships presented by the brands of Ebonite International. This is round 5 of the U15 and U20 boys match play. These are all contenders matches. So the losers of these matches will be eliminated. The winners will move on, and they will be in the final 4 of their division and will be bowling the undefeated players in their bracket for a chance to make the TV show.
Yeah, Brian just made a ball change error in the 10th. Looked pretty good. Looked like went to something a little bit stronger in the back of the lane. Something that wasn't as rolly.
So if he catches a double here, you know, it puts pressure on Ryan to make a good shot in the 10th here again. Ryan does look lined up to me. He does look composed.
Yeah, he caught a nice break in the 9, tripping the 4-9.
Tough break there. Made a good shot and paralyzed 5-pin.
Brian's definitely switched to a ball that's much cleaner through the front, a little more angular on the back.
I think it's a good change for him. It looks a little bit better. I think his mistake room with the other ball was just not really existent. Every time he threw a little firm, it was no good. So I think this ball gives him a better chance.
Yeah, when he missed a little left with that other ball, it just picked up so fast, and it never really could push to the right. But we'll see how it plays out at the next game. Brian Winters here can strike out for 228.
It looked like he got that a little left.
Yeah, it was oh wow.
A solid 8.
That was a really good shot in that lane.
Still going to have a lead.
It's crazy in this game. You know, you catch a nice break in the 9th, and then the next frame, it's just right back. No waiting. Just
pays you back right away.
Right away. Watching Ryan's pre-shot routine, there has to be a lot of people out there that cringe watching him continuing to lick his fingers and then rub his foot and then back into his mouth and then onto his foot. I'm one of those people. I'm not. Is
that another Bill O'Neill pet peeve?
No, not at all. I'm not necessarily. I'm not really a germaphobe at all. But that just knowing that he's basically licking dirt off of his foot is a little gross. Lonnie Wallachek used to do that all the time, I think, if I remember right. He was the guy that used to lick his fingers a lot. And,
yeah. So Ryan Winters with a strike on his fill will finish with 207. Brian Halen with 191. Small lead for Ryan going into game 2, and he got that one a little right. He's got a little room on that one.
Yeah, I mean, he basically all but just looked back and told me to shut up about where he's playing the lanes and what kind of ball he's using. And
so 16-pin lead for Ryan Winters going into game 2. Again, a 76-pin lead for Anthony Nyer going into game 2. 9-pin lead for Caleb Money going into game 2. And a 5-pin lead for Wesley Lowe going into game 2.
There's a guy in the chat making fun of me. God made dirt. Dirt don't hurt. Yeah, you eat dirt. Go ahead.
Somebody in the chat earlier asked for if Rob could give a shout out to Lincoln, Nebraska too.
Yeah, I can give a shout out to my hometown.
And Brian Halen with a great shot. Now, I will tell you that ball change he made in the 10th frame could prove to be large, because he did have a very good look with that ball. Got a little bit of a bad break with the paralyzed 5-pin, but he looks a little more comfortable now. We got a guest joining us in the booth now from Inside Bowling. Mr. Mike Flanagan is in the booth. Good morning, Mike.
Hey guys, doing a great job down here. I've been listening to the broadcast all morning. Technical difficulties to start today was a little trying, but you guys really got it going on here. We got the 3 different matches, and been watching the shows down there even. They began taping the shows. We already have 1 champion.
Who will remain nameless.
Yeah, you got to tune in to CBS Sports Network. Anyway, I just wanted to come in and tell you guys you're doing a great job. Just make sure everything was working well. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in today. We're over 300 people watching right now here on Bowl TV. And we got 2 streams going right now. We also have the under 15 and under 20 girls being streamed down there by Aaron Smith. So you can also check that out if you're looking for that. And I'll let you guys just get right back to what you guys are doing.
All right, thanks for joining us. And we're gonna get a quick score update on the Biondo Money match, and then we'll take the camera back down to the Wesley Lowe match for a few frames and see what we've got going on down there.
Yeah, Colby Money led by 9 after the first game. He currently has a max score of 249 left. Angelo Biondo has just left the 467 in the 6th frame, and he will have a max of 247. So still got a really close match down here. It's less than 15 pins with 4 frames to go.
All right. We'll give Rob a chance to make his way back down to the Wesley match, and then we'll put the camera over there. Rob's getting his workout today.
Getting my steps in. All right, down here.
Real good shot with Ryan Winters there for 4-pin. We'll head over to the Wesley match. Wesley's looks like he's getting up in the 5th frame now. Yeah,
Wesley's about to roll his 5th frame. He has started the match with 3 strikes, then a 9 spare. Justin Whistler has spare strike, spare double. So
once again, still a close match down there. Justin Whistler hanging in there. Really good shot by Wesley there.
Yeah, I mean, his misses, guys, it's pretty much the same thing every time. When he's missed today, he has gotten firm about every shot. His one miss this game, he left the 3-pin, so Bill understands the left-hander's 2-pin.
Yeah, after 2 days, you'd think Bill could understand what the left-hander's leaves are.
No, I don't know. But as soon as you said the left-hander's 2-pin, I knew exactly what he left.
Wesley looking to put another double up there, and pretty good shot. He's showing a little emotion now too.
Yeah, I mean we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here. You win this match, you're on to the Final Four.
And we all know that the Final Four is good no matter what it is. Justin Whistler kind of needs to keep it going here. He doesn't want to give Wesley anything to relax about. He's got to make sure he keeps it going here. He's hitting the pocket. And another good shot. And he looked really confident on that shot, Rob.
Yeah, it looks like he made a slight adjustment. It looks like he might have moved a board or 2 left and gotten a little slower. He's creating a little more shape than he did the first game, where his ball really wasn't going through the pins, even though he had control of the pocket. He's got a triple now. So Wesley max of 279 and Justin with a max of 270.
So we got a really close match going on down there. We're gonna keep it down there. Watch the rest of this match. We'll bounce back and forth with the Biondo match. Also, we did have a close match down there. We'll get a score update, even though we can't get a camera down there. And
Justin Whistler with the roll 2.
Great break by Justin there. A little quick on it, but got the break for a 4-bagger. Put the pressure squarely back on Wesley now.
Down here in the Biondo money match, it is currently a 1-pin game for game 2, and Colby Money led by 9 after the first game. So he's currently up 10 pins with the 9th and 10th frame to go.
So we got a good match going on down there. And we still have the camera on Wesley, and Wesley just made a great shot. Messenger missed the 7-pin in front of it. So that actually gives Justin Whistler the hammer in this match now. Justin Whistler cannot lose if he strikes out.
Angelo Biondo just tripped a 4 down here in the 9th frame. He has a max lift of 227. Colby Money can still go off the sheet for 238.
So Colby Money controlling that match. He controls his own destiny in that match. And we're going to watch Wesley Lowe throw this next shot, but I'll give you a quick update on Ryan Winters. This match has become very close all of a sudden as Brian Halen's lined up. Although he does not have a double, Ryan Winters now is facing a 4-10 split. And Wesley did strike, and that was Wesley's 8th frame. So Justin Whistler's going to get up in the 7th and 8th now. I'm sorry, the 8th and 9th.
Colby Money is split down here in the 9th frame, guys. He now has a max of 204. Angelo Biondo can strike out for 227. So Angelo Biondo is going to control his own destiny to move on.
And what frame is Colby bowling right now?
Colby's bowling the 10th. So he just threw the first one in the 10th.
And we got Justin Whistler throwing his shot in the 8th, and he likes it. Pretty good shot, little soft 10. The Messenger didn't quite get there. Didn't quite get it.
Colby Money with the second one in the 10th.
So does that's going to force? Is that going to force
Angelo
to double?
Angelo Biondo will need the first one in the 10th. First one in 9 spare. I believe he wins by 1.
Okay.
It was a good move there by Ryan Winters. He moved a few left there, and you could tell the ball started to roll a little bit too early. He made a shot he thought was pretty good in the 3rd, and it went high. So I think he just moved away from that spot a little bit and just try to play a little bit more right at the 3-pin instead of trying to make it shape.
Guys, Colby Money got 9 on his fill. He has 203 this game for a total of 427. Angelo Biondo with 215 game 1. He can strike out for 227. He's got a strike up in the 9th.
So he needs strike 8 spare to win. Is that correct? My math correct there?
Yes.
And we're going to get a look at Brian Halen here. This match pretty close now, as Ryan Winters has an open early. And Brian's been lined up. And he looks like he likes that one. And again, that right lane. He looked like he really liked that one too.
It just the ball never slowed down.
I can see Angelo Biondo's up on the approach down there. We'll keep you posted on what happens. Again, he needs the first one.
Great shot.
Great shot.
And he did. So he now needs 8 spare on this next ball, Rob. Is that correct?
I'm trying to do the 8 spare would give him 215, which would be 30. Yeah,
so
he would win by 3. He needs 8 out.
Right. So he needs 8-1. Right. Okay. And no problem with the spare by Brian Halen. Justin Whistler did throw at Brooklyn in the 9th frame, left a 5-pin, made his spare. And Wesley with another flat 7 on the right lane. So again, it's still a very close match down there.
How many is he up after game 1?
Wesley is up by 5.
5. So
we're gonna get this last shot by Angelo Biondo down here, see what happens, and then we'll get back down there. We're actually watching Wesley now.
He got 9.
So that match is over. So Angelo Biondo is going to move on. Wesley covers his spare. Angelo Biondo has defeated Colby Money. Colby Money is eliminated. Angelo Biondo will move on.
All right, guys, story down here in the Wesley Lowe match. He controls his own destiny. Both players can strike out for 238. Wesley holds a 5-pin lead after the first game. He's got the ball, first shot in the 10th.
So another flat 7 there. So he's got to make his spare,
He's
though.
got to control himself here.
Yep.
It's a big spare because the spare forces his opponent to double instead of just needing to mark. So he's got to make this.
And over here in front of us, Ryan Winters just split again. Just a baby split, so he's got to try to make this and regain. It looks like he's kind of lost this right lane a little bit. Big spare for Wesley here, no problem. Get up and get his count, and he's going to force Justin Whistler to throw a double.
This Anthony Nyer, Josh Wilson match just got interesting.
Josh Wilson
he needs a spare. Anthony Nyer needs a spare in the 10th here to shut out Josh Wilson.
And Ryan Winters did not convert his baby split. We're going to watch Wesley throw his second ball here.
Interesting fact down here, guys. Justin Whistler is not watching at all.
Anthony Nyer threw a great shot here and just shut the match out. Sorry.
He was back talking to his family the whole time. They told him it was his turn. So whether he knows he needs a double or not, he needs a double in the 10th to defeat Wesley Lowe.
Yeah, he's going through his pre-shot routine just like he has every other time, so that's a good thing. And Anthony Nyer has now shut out this match with Joshua Wilson.
I'll tell you, if I'm Michael Martelli, I'm watching this match very closely over here. I wouldn't want to, if I had to, I would not want to face Wesley, another left-hander who's throwing urethane with a higher rev rate. That could be a tough draw for him.
Pretty good shot.
He looks like he likes it, and it just didn't quite get there. And he looked like he liked it off his hand, Rob. Was it just a little quick?
Honestly, I think it was a little in because he kind of made that little move left, and he was doing the little slow hook to create some shape. It looked like it just went up the lane a little bit instead of to the right, so just didn't pick up and went a little light.
So we're going to move back over to these two matches we've got that are still going on. Wesley Lowe has advanced, so he will be in the Final Four. And Ryan Winters is now down in this match against Brian Halen. Again, Anthony Nyer has shut out his match against Joshua Wilson.
It's a big shot here for Brian. You know, if he can somehow figure out a way to get a strike here on the right lane and get back on his good lane, I mean, a triple would go a long way in this match with Ryan struggling to find his ball reaction.
And Brian's had he's been high flush every shot on the left lane. He looks confident. He made one really good shot on the right lane that didn't strike, and then the shot he threw in the fourth frame on the right lane, he thought he threw good and it didn't strike.
Yeah, he just has to throw it in that same spot, just a little bit slower, and it'll be fine. Easier said than done, obviously.
He put a little air under that one. And it did the same thing. And he did, you know, he made an adjustment with the front of the lane there. He put a little air under that one to try to get it to roll earlier, and it still didn't.
I mean, I could see why he would do that, you know, because if you know when you slow down when the lane is tight to the right, it's not tight in front of him. It's not tight to the left. So if he misses a little bit left and it's slower, now it's going high. So you have to decide what you think is more comfortable for you. Are you going to close your angles down and throw it harder, or are you going to leave your angles open and throw it slower? So there's two options there.
Makes the 2-8.
Or he could just move to that spot and use that as a strike ball, because that would have probably been flush.
So Brian Halen is up 26 pins in Game 2. He was down 16 in Game 1. So he's actually got a 10-pin lead, 4 frames to go, both players on a spare. And he's been dialed in on this left lane, so while he's trying to figure out the right lane, he's got to be real conscious and just keep making good shots on the left lane.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to figure something out, because he's finishing on the right lane.
And he did make another great shot on the left lane.
And to me, that shot he throws there is not all that different than the one he threw on the right lane. You know, it just half it on the lane, the ball it slows down a little bit more, so it doesn't get as far right past the break point as it does in the right lane.
So now, really important for Ryan Winters to get back here, make 2 good shots, and put up a double, make Brian Hale put the pressure back on Brian.
Yeah, you want him to be thinking about something when he gets up on his bad lane.
Taking his time, goes through his pre-shot routine.
Licks the dirt off the floor onto his fingers, and then he goes. He's got a hook.
And that's a little overcompensation, I think, for the last shot on that lane.
That's exactly right.
So this is the last part of round 5. This is our last match that's going on in round 5. I'll give you a quick recap. Wesley Lowe has defeated Justin Whistler, who is now eliminated. Caleb Money was eliminated by Angelo Biondo in the U15. Joshua Wilson was eliminated by Anthony Nyer in the U15. And this is our last match in the U20 in the contenders bracket. Brian Halen and Ryan Winters. And we've got a very close match going on here within 10 to 12 pins. There will be a short break at the end of this match before we come back with our final 4 in the U20 and U15 boys division of the 2017 Junior Gold Championships presented by the Brands of Ebonite International. So, Bill, Ryan's really struggling this game, but he's still close. What's he got to do right here?
Well, I like the move, taking a re-rack. I don't know if the rack was bad, or he just wants a second to compose himself and, make his opponent sit a little longer. Maybe gives him another couple seconds to think about what he's going to do on this right lane, and gets him overthinking a little bit. And he's got to. I think he's got to do the same thing Brian has to do. Is not try to overthrow it and force it through that spot. He's got to open his angles up just a little bit and throw it a little bit slower.
And do you think it's at all in Ryan Winters' head, knowing that Brian Halen's got to finish on the right lane, which has been his struggle this whole match?
I would think so. I would think he would be thinking about that, and knowing that he only has one more shot in the right lane.
Made a really good shot there.
Really good shot. He did exactly what we're talking about. He slowed down a little bit, but the ball just ended up being it's too aggressive. It's too strong of a ball, and it's just rolling a little bit too early and losing a little bit of steam down the lane.
Wait, somebody asked about how many re-racks they get per game. I don't officially know, but we'll try to find that out for the next broadcast. No problem with the spare for Ryan Winters. And Bill, I think this is a big shot for Brian Halen. He's still going Dutch. He's Dutch 200. Yep. He hasn't struck on the right lane yet. He's got his opponent down. He's got a chance to extend his lead here on the lane that he struggled on.
If I'm him, I don't do anything crazy. You have to think that the odds of Ryan struggling to carry when he hits the pocket, when he does hit the pocket. So I guess you have to assume he's going to strike out, but the odds are he's not. So a clean Dutch 200 game is more than likely going to win. So you don't want to do anything crazy and try to create a big sweeping ball reaction here that might bring a 6-count split into play.
Brian's really taking his time on this shot. All set. And again, this is the lane that's been giving him trouble. What a great shot there. Looked like he tightened his angle up a little bit there.
So he moved. It looked like he made like a parallel move. You know, he moved a couple left with his feet and his eyes, and just wanted to get away from that hang spot to the right. And it was a really, really good move. He's got to make sure he's focused here on his good lane too, because you see it so often when you have games like this where you struggle on one lane, and then you finally get that one, and then you kind of have a lapse in concentration and lose focus on your good lane, and you don't make a good shot right afterwards. So he's got to just settle down and go through his routine and make another quality shot.
Ryan Winters with a max score of 190 could get him to 397. Brian Halen with still a max score of 240 with 191 the first game. It's a big shot here with Brian on his good lane. It's been his good lane this whole match.
It wasn't a very good shot. That's a really, really good break to catch 9 there.
Looked like he got really fast on that. You see he pulled way up out of it, got up on his toe at the foul line. Just got to compose himself, make the spare. He's well in the driver's seat. Again, the best Ryan Winters can do is 190 to get him to 397, which would mean Brian Halen would need 207 to win the match. So he would need a mark with good count in the 10th if Ryan Winters strikes out. Brian makes the spare. No problem there. So Ryan Winters is now going to get up. He is in a must strike out situation. If he does not strike out, the match is essentially over.
Yeah.
Going through his pre-shot routine just like he always does. Not a good shot there. Not a good shot there. And that match is going to be over now. Brian Halen just needs to stay behind the foul line.
Well, I mean, this is the right lane is not Brian's good lane, and if Ryan needs to settle himself down here and get a double on this lane here and force Brian to get 9 on his first ball. If he gets up there and leaves a 3-6-10 and misses it, and you strike out for 179, you win.
Did make a good shot there.
I mean, am I misadding the score right here? I mean, I mean, if he strikes out, that means Brian would have to bowl 196 to win, right? Am I reading that right? Because 179, he's down 6. He's up 16.
Yeah.
When do we need 196? So if he strikes out, he needs to
he's
get a decent count spare.
Right. Well, he's going to have to get decent count. He won't need the mark, but he's going to have to get decent count. He'd have to get 9 on the first
That's
ball.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If he leaves like a 3, 6, 9, 10 or a
Right,
bucket
then
or
he would
something
have
like
to
that,
make
he's got to make it.
Correct. And he did get up there and strike. He's going to, and count's actually really important
Count's
here.
really important.
Eight, 9. So he's got 385.
He's got to bowl 195 to win by 1.
So if he 8 out would be a tie. So he needs 9 on the first ball. And again, this has been his bad lane. He made a great adjustment on it.
I mean, he got fortunate on a couple shots that he got right and just left, like 2 pins. And I've seen a lot of things. That's why you got to keep your composure and throw that double there. So you don't know. You don't know what's going to happen.
Once again, Brian doing the same pre-shot routine, taking his time. Again, needs 9 on the first ball. And 7. He now has to make the spare.
No, he needs. If he gets
2 would be a
he
tie.
Needs 2.
No, you're right.
Win by
I'm
1.
sorry. 2. He needs 2 of them to win by 1. And that's exactly what you said about keeping your composure, getting the double over there. You know it's his bad lane. And so now Brian Halen needs 2 in order to win this match. If he would get 1, we would have a tie.
That's 2. That's a spare. That's fine.
And that's enough. He wins by 1.
I don't think he knows it.
It's 386 to 385. He wins by 1 pin.
1 pin.
Brian Halen is going to move on to the final 4.
So
and I don't know that he still knows.
No, yeah, and I think the younger generation, I think maybe people of at my age would be the last of the people that would have kept score by hand.
Right.
At 35, and I only did it for a couple of years. It wasn't like I was in it for, into my 20s. I only did it until I was 12, maybe. So these kids would have never kept score. So a lot of times they get in these spots and they're not 100% sure what the score is.
Right. Well, that's going to conclude round 5. You're watching the 2017 Junior Gold Championships presented by the brands of Ebonite International. I'm Dave Wodka with PBA Tour champion Bill O'Neill in the booth. We had our PBA, PWBA tour rep for Ebonite International, Rob Gottschall, as our sideline reporter that time. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back in a little while with round 6, the final 4, with people and their chance to make the show. Bill, thanks for joining me this morning, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Yeah, see you in a little bit.
All athletes in round 5, please report to your assigned lanes. Welcome to round 5 of the Junior Gold Championships double elimination match play bracket finals. These athletes will be bowling in a double elimination bracket. Each division will consist of 2 games where total pinfall will determine the winner. The higher seed bowler will have lane choice. The player on the left lane will start the match in the event. In the event match is tied for 2 games, the one ball will occur until the tie is broken. Once all athletes lose 2 matches, they will be eliminated from the event. Simply call the lane numbers on your division bracket board to determine where in which lane you will bowl your next game. Athletes, when your lanes come on, you will have 5 minutes of practice. Athletes, your practice is now beginning. begin their 5th round of double elimination match play competition. Athletes, your arrows are up. You may begin bowling for score. Good luck and great bowling.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the 2017 Junior Gold USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by the brands of Ebonite International. This is round 6 of the U15 and U20 boys match play, and we are down to the final 4 in each division. I'm Dave Wodka, joined in the booth today by PBA Tour champion Bill O'Neill and PBA PWBA Tour rep from Ebonite International, Rob Gottschall. Gentlemen, how are you?
Doing all right. It's the frozen tundra here inside the bowling center today, but other than that, we're doing well.
So we'll give a quick rundown of the matches here in the U15 division. We've got right here in front of us undefeated Solomon Salama, who is the defending champion in the U15 division, looking to go back-to-back versus Angelo Biondo, who does have 1 loss. So Angelo would have to defeat Solomon twice in order to make the show. In the other match in the U15, we've got Terrence Rock from the Las Vegas area, who is undefeated, taking on Anthony Nyer with a loss. So Anthony would have to defeat Terrence twice. So obviously a big advantage to be undefeated going into these 2 matches. The winners of these 2 matches are going to be the 2 that make the TV show. In the U20 division, we've got undefeated Michael Martell taking on Wesley Lowe with 1 loss. And on the match to the right of that, we've got undefeated David Hooper taking on Brian Halen, who squeaked through in his last match by 1 pin to make it to this point. Brian Halen will have to beat David Hooper twice in order to advance to the TV show. And we are down to it. This is if the undefeated player wins, then they are on the show. And so we're basically down to our last matches.
Just watching so far this watching Michael and Wesley, I think it's going to be really important for Michael to win the first time around and not get it to a second match. I mean, obviously the leaders, you know, the undefeated guys want to win, but the fact that Wesley is throwing urethane and kind of right on top of where Michael is playing, the longer this match goes, the tougher it's going to be for Michael to find decent ball reaction. I mean, the oil pushing down there, you know, and him using reactive, trying to get the ball to come around the corner is going to be harder and harder as the game goes on.
Yeah, we've got your dual match action here in front of us. We have also got our other camera on the Anthony Nyer Terrence Rock match, so we will bring you coverage from that match as well. And we'll keep you updated score-wise on the Hooper-Halen match as quickly as we can. A really good shot there by Angelo Biondo with a ring 10.
These are 2 really impressive young bowlers here, Angelo and Solomon. They've impressed me the whole time watching them. Just the way that their demeanor, the way that they bowl, their ball roll, everything about them is awesome.
And you know, in Solomon's case, being the defending champion, and in this event, and we've talked about this on previous broadcasts, to be back in this position again and just be 1 match away from making the show and having a chance to defend your title in this, that's a pretty incredible feat.
Yeah, I mean, Dave, he's been calm, cool, and collected this entire time. Obviously, you know, last year's experience has probably prepared him for it, but, you know, he's just walked around, he's joking around between matches with some guys, and I mean, he has to be the favorite again.
Yeah, you watch his demeanor, and it's just nothing's shaking him. It doesn't matter. He hit a couple instances in his last match where it could have gone the other way. You know, he had an open in the middle, and he just didn't even think about it, came back and threw a double right after that like it was nothing. And I know we keep talking about this, and we've talked about it on every broadcast so far, but the demeanor and the outlook of all these kids that are bowling in this event, and especially the ones that have made it this far, it's just incredible to see. And as we get further in now with just one match to go, do you think the nerves play in a little more now, or do you think since they've been bowling all day, maybe it's actually been a benefit and they've calmed down a little bit?
I think the nerves are the least in the match on 27 and 28. Michael Martell and Wesley Lowe, both experienced collegiate players. Obviously, Wesley's got tremendous international experience, stuff like that. I think these two, we're going to see a slow, methodical match. There'll be some emotion involved, but the other three matches, there is going to be some nerves and some anxiety involved, and it's going to be how they overcome it.
Well,
got a great shot there by Solomon.
You're not going to see anything slow about Wesley's delivery, though.
No.
He's been the first match done, I think, in every round so far. He does not waste 1 second up there.
It'll be funny because Michael Martell's actually been the last match done almost every round. So we have a slower player, a quicker player. It's going to kind of see how they feed off each other in the pace of the match.
Get a look at Michael Martell here on the left lane. A really good shot on the right lane for a strike. Really good shot there too. We're going to head over here and take a quick look at our first look at Anthony Nyer, who is locked up in a match with Terrence Rock. Again, Terrence Rock undefeated, so Anthony is going to have to win twice in that match. And he's off to a pretty good start with strike, spare, triple. Terrence has 3 spares and then a strike in the 4th. Watch a shot from Terrence here. And Terrence had the front 9 in his previous match in one of the games. So not afraid to throw some strikes.
He's using a real strong ball, playing up the lane. A little bit firm, but I like the way he's attacking the pattern.
And that was not a real bad shot. Look, 4-pin, and this is where maybe the nerves come in a little bit for the the U15 match, for 2 people that maybe haven't been in this position before, and I think the nerves maybe play in, but once they settle down, I expect to see that match be a really, really competitive match.
We talked about it a little yesterday when we were talking about shows and stuff like that, and we are expecting some nerves, but at the same time, I won't be surprised if there isn't. These kids they compete so much now that they're in very competitive situations, and they're just not scared. Like we think they should be scared.
There's no fear.
I really like the way that Angelo is playing the lanes out there. I think where he's at right now is I thought was the just by looking was the sweet spot on the pattern, was where especially on the fresh and not too far left, not too far right, just kind of in that track area, and he's got the perfect ball roll for it. So this is going to be a really good match because Solomon's not going to. He's not going to let him have it, that's for sure.
Another great shot there by Michael Martell, and he looks really smooth right now. He looks really cool, calm.
I think the biggest challenge for Michael is going to be how does he handle adversity. There's going to be a bad break or you're going to make a bad shot. Just seeing him grow up as he's competed, he can be a little on the emotional side, so it's how is he going to handle that. We've all seen Wesley, how he can be extremely animated and stuff, but he's able to compose himself and stuff. So how Michael handles the adversity is really going to determine, I think, where he goes in this match.
Solomon with a good shot there. Take a look at Anthony Nyer real quick. Good shot, a little high for a 6'10".
He looks comfortable and confident right now.
Anthony,
yeah. Very comfortable, very confident.
He's been bowling a lot of games today, so I think he's just got a good feel of what he needs to do out there.
Looks like Michael got a little quick on that one.
A little quick, little left. Just didn't quite make it up the hill all the way.
Nope. Michael is from Brooklyn. Is that correct? He's from New York.
Yes.
Yeah. So us East Coast, Northeast folk sometimes like to get a little bit up and down with our emotions. I mean, it's happened a time or two. It's in our blood, I think.
Angelo let that one get away from him just a little bit. So as the top seed and the undefeated player, do you have a different mindset than the player coming in that has to beat you twice?
Shouldn't. You do not want you don't want to go another game. You don't want to give your opponent any life. You got to treat it just like a match if you were on the ropes. Because if you don't, then you're going to be on the ropes.
And you put the hex on Anthony there, Robert.
So I put it on Angelo. So we're really running hot here.
Wesley with the 3-bagger now. And Anthony, after the 4-bagger, has an open over there. Go back over there and take a look at Terrence. Terrence through 6 frames has a max score of 224. Anthony Nyer through 7 has a max score of 234. A pretty good shot from Terrence there, and the ball, I don't know that ball did what he was expecting it to do.
I think he's a little bit in that trap zone, like Bill said earlier. Some of the guys playing up the lane, he gets it a little right. It kind of lays there and wiggles a bit, and then when you get it going up the lane, it picks up and goes through the face. Probably needs to, take a little bit step left and just get into that sweet spot, as he said, where Angelo was.
And probably not quite the way he was trying to make that, but he got it done. Made the 3-6-10. And Michael Martell getting ready to get up on lane 28. Michael Martell through 6 frames with a max score of 259. Wesley Lowe through 7 with a max score of 270. And give you a quick update on the Hooper-Halen match. David Hooper through 6 frames with a max score of 247, and Brian Halen through 6 frames with a max score of 244. So a pretty close match going on over there. And
this Martell Lowe match,
shot.
it's going to be a slugfest.
It's going to be really good. The urethane effect getting to Michael there. I thought that was a much better shot than the one he threw in the 6th, and you can just see it started to try to hook and then just couldn't make it back up the hill.
And watching him practice a little closely, Wesley did get a few more balls in on the left lane than he did the right lane. I don't know if we're seeing it this fast, but so far through 8 frames, Michael's come up light a couple times on the left lane. Good spare conversion for Michael. Saw him over on lane 25, cleans up the paralyzer 5 he left.
I think that's the second one we've seen on that lane. We saw one last match.
Yeah, we Brian Halen.
Yeah, maybe maybe a little
match.
something with the rack there might be just a little bit off, and because I didn't think that shot he threw there was that weak.
We've got the Rock and Nair match coming down to the end here. Rock getting up in the 9th frame with a max score of 203. And that might have been a little overcompensation for the last one on that lane.
No, I think Rob's right. I think he's trapped. I think he's in a spot where he's got to move like an arrow left. He's got to get away from that spot where he's got to hang to the right.
Experience comes into this. He's most likely been doing the same thing, something very similar to just trust yourself and trust your ability to move and just use the lane. You got to do what the lane's telling you to do.
It's really tough to do. It's tough to do for accomplished professionals to be doing the same thing round after round and not being there and then to just abandon what got you there is very difficult. But you have to always go with your gut, and you have to go with what you're seeing on the lane.
That was a great shot by Terrence Rock over there in the 10th frame. That was his first shot in the 10th. So he still has a max score of 192. Anthony Nair with a max score of 224 going into the 10th frame. And Michael Martell needs to get up and throw a couple of good shots right here. He needs to put a couple strikes up there and not let Wesley get too far away.
At the same time, Dave, he can't. He's throwing it good. He's making good shots there with leaving the 10 pin, but
he doesn't look like he's rattled. He doesn't look like anything.
Continue to do what you're doing. If Wesley Bolts.
Martell to convert his 10 pin. No problem there.
That's what I like to call the right-hander's blower 7.
Anthony Nair getting up in the 10th frame. TJ Rock shot 182. Anthony Nair with a max score of 224. That was his first shot in the 10th. I'll give you a quick score update there. David Hooper's through 9 frames. He's got 225 max score. Brian Halen is through 8 frames with 214 max score at the moment.
Yeah, he just left the stone 9 in the 9th on a really good shot.
And Anthony Nair for his second one in the 10th with another great shot. So he's going to be in the 220s and have approximately a 40-pin lead going to the second game. That's 2 shots in a row. Martell's ball has come in light on that left lane.
Yeah, I think that was his worst shot of the game there. He just came up out of it. He threw a little firm. It wasn't his best. It wasn't what what he's been doing. And I think this left lane might be catching a little bit, and he might be overthinking it a little bit.
So Anthony Nair finishes with 223, Terrence Rock 182. So it's a 41-pin lead after one game.
Yeah, and with Michael Martell here, this is where look at a little more. So basically, he's kind of crossing Wesley's path, and then I think that's why he's seeing a little difference.
And he's still bowled a very solid. Keep his composure and keep trying to make good shots here.
He's going to make Wesley's actually going to create him hold. He's just going to have to use the point.
Yeah, I think if he tries to move away from it, change. That looked
Yeah,
really
that
good.
looked like it was really good.
Yeah, ball a little cleaner through the front, little more down lane. See if he makes a switch on both lanes, or if he just does it on the left
Right,
lane
he was
only.
in the pocket on the right lane.
But he lost some carry though,
Yeah.
so it's going to happen to him on the right lane. So because you have to look at it in his perspective.
David Hooper, if he converts the washout here, he can finish with 2:15. So David Hooper looking to at least have a 10-pin lead going into the second game of that match. And him being undefeated, he's just going to have to win one more game.
David Hooper got 3, so he's up 10 going into game 2.
And Solomon Salama with a chance to get his second one in the 10th for 2:18. And that would give him a 42-pin lead after one if he does get it. That was way left by Michael Martell there.
He did change balls, too. But, yeah, that was obviously an errant shot. Looked like it fell off his hand. I am so impressed by Solomon.
He's gonna have about at least a 40-pin lead here going into the second game. With an open in the first frame in game 2, Anthony Nyer now shooting the 2.478. Sanders 3.6910.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know we were talking about there for a second.
And he actually did.
Thank you for
make
painting a better picture.
Yeah, had to make sure you knew what it was.
I do now.
And Solomon's fill ball, another great shot for 9. So 217. So Solomon has a 41-pin lead going to game 2. And everybody now getting into game 2 here. Watch Wesley throw this shot. Started with a strike, and now with the double. Get a look at Terrence Rock over here. And that was a better shot there. He really liked that one. You can see that one right off his hand.
I think he moved a little left, too. I mean, from our angle, it's hard to see, and I couldn't see the screen there, but it did look like he might have moved a little left.
Joshua in the chat asked the question, everybody leads by 4. As odd as that is, 3 of the 4 matches, David by 10. Terrence Rock looking for his first double of the match, and just a little wide there.
Yeah, if he did move on the right lane, he didn't move on the left lane.
He looked like he was
straighter.
Looked maybe a little quick on that one too. His footwork got a little fast there.
Yeah, he's definitely pressing a little bit. Definitely uncomfortable with his ball reaction. He's just trying to do too much.
Great attempt at the spare, but it's going to be an open frame in the 3rd frame for Terrence. Another 20 or 30 in this match. Is there something advice you would give him, knowing that he is undefeated? He's got another match if he does lose this one. Is there something that you know, if you were in that position, what would you do right now?
I would experiment. I would be moving around. I'd try another ball. I'd try a different part of the lane. You know, you have to use your frames wisely.
He's got to get comfortable, Dave. You know, if he's not
yeah.
playing the right part of the lane, he may have the right ball. He may just need to fish around. And
Solomon with a great shot to start the second game there after Angelo missed a 1-pin spare, and that being down by 41 and then missing a 1-pin spare in the first frame, that's just got to, you know, that's got to give Solomon a whole bunch of confidence.
I'm not sure he needs much more, really. I mean, he's throwing it really good. He's up 41.
Another great shot, starts with a double.
one thing that, you know, impresses me about him is he seems to have great speed control. You know, it's always smooth off his hand. It's really impressive for somebody so young to have that much touch.
Yeah, to me that's the hardest skill as a bowler to master is speed control. You know, you can repeat your axis rotation or your rev rate, you know, even accuracy, but speed control is really difficult. This is what we were talking about here with Michael. Now he's getting into a point where he tried to slow down because he knows it's tighter, and then it hooks early, and yeah, I'm not actually sure why he went back to that other ball. I mean, he threw a really bad shot in the left lane, so it wasn't the ball in the first frame.
A really good shot there by Angelo.
Yeah, I think Michael just needs to come back, take a deep breath. He needs to relax. He's starting to press just a little bit. He's got no reason to press. You're down in this match. You know you've got another match in your back pocket, if necessary, and he's just got to go out there and execute like he did the first 10 frames. I mean, the first 10 shots he threw were great. And
you can't assume that Wesley in the next match is gonna bowl 500 for two. You don't know what's gonna happen over there. You know the lanes are sitting for a little bit longer. You have no idea what's going to transpire in that time. So you have to, just keep going through your process and figuring out something for you and trying to try to get ready for the next one if you can't figure out a way to win this one.
Angelo with a little bit of a wild shot there, leaves 1-2-4. Wesley strikes for a three bagger. We're going to go take a look at Terrence Rock. Watch Terrence shoot the spare, and then we'll see if he can convert it. Now, Bill, right there, when again, being down by 40 and then being down by another 30 in this game through 5 frames, would you have shot that spare, or would you have maybe used that ball to fish around a little bit more?
Yeah, I probably would have used the opportunity to throw a strike ball there. Just one more shot to try to get lined up, and figure something out.
There's a great shot by Solomon there with a ring 7, but still just in control. He's just making good shots, cruising along, and he's getting closer to making that TV try to defend his U15 Junior Gold Championship.
Yep.
Makes the spare, no problem. And Michael Martell's got to get going here. He's got 7 spare through the first 3 frames. Wesley with a triple and a spare. And 3-6-7-9.
Yeah, the ball's too early. It's just you can see it. It's just fighting itself down the lane, and that Wesley made him too tight down the lane, and that ball's it's not going to do it. He's got to get out of it.
Oh, he may be in the same position Terrence is in now, where down 40, down another 20 or 30 here, and he needs to kind of fish around a little bit and try to find something be prepared for having to bowl again.
A little, and yeah, I mean, he by all means fish around. He needs to get his urethane, take a little peek, get a try to jam it up the oil line a little bit.
Shot, we saw that. And
Bill almost messed up his own scoring there for a second.
I just, because I looked over real quick and I saw 48 and 68, and then I realized he had a strike up. I changed it. Don't worry. Let you guys.
And off camera there, Brian Halen, after making the 4.9, just went up and split the 8.9 on the shot with a great shot. Solomon just cruising along. Another great shot. And another good one from Wesley as well.
The next match.
And Solomon with a double spare triple this game now. And we saw that's the first time I've seen a little emotion out of him. He kind of ran that one out, gave it the fist pump.
He knows he's close.
He knows he's close.
He knows
now.
he's close.
But the great got to this, knows he's right there. He's kept himself calm the whole time. Anthony Nyer a little, and Michael with, on the other ball change with a little half
Smoother, not playing so much down lane motion.
And use what he's doing down as hold instead of throwing it into it. Even that ball there, it just.
Angelo with another open there. And that match is getting really close to being over. Angelo now with a match score of 223, which would only give him 399. Solomon had 217 the first game, and he's got double spare triple this game. So
that one's over.
Angelo, Terrence Rock, and in that match, so they're going to go to a second match. Again, Terrence Rock was undefeated, so Anthony's going to him again.
And
oh, there. Solomon with just another great shot. Not a great break, but just another.
He thought he threw it out the window. It came roaring back.
And no problem making a spare. Of the end of the David Hooper-Brian Halen match, which is very close, coming down to the last 3 or 4 frames. And Solomon with a strike. That pretty much is going to end that match. And Salama is going to make the TV show and have a chance to defend his U15 Junior Gold Championship.
Brian Halen's thrown a lot of really good shots in this match. He's caught a few bad breaks with some 10 pins and 4 9s, and You can tell he's visibly getting a little bit frustrated with the lack of carry, but he just has to figure out a way to get his ball to go through the pins a little bit better so he can string some strikes here.
Yeah, I don't know how long a break they're going to get here, but Michael's just he's going to need to almost leave the building and come back. Just
start over.
Yeah, just completely start over.
Kind of like you, Bill. You want to just go back to bed and start over, except you might not get up.
Yeah. If I leave the build.
238, and Brian Halen with a max score of 237 this game. So David Hooper still controls his own destiny. And that was way left off his hand.
Got an important game of count coming down here.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Big spare for David Hooper here. Again, Solomon Salama is going to move on and make the TV show and await the winner of Terrence Rock and Anthony Nyer, as they're going to have to go to a second match. So right now, David Hooper with a max score of 216. Brian Halen with a max score of 237. David Hooper did have a 10-pin lead, so this is a very close match.
Yeah, if Brian Halen would go 9 spare here in the 8th frame, we would be tied. We'd be a tied match with 2 frames to go.
That's correct.
And that would be a tie in any way you look at it, max score or pacing, however you prefer.
Brian Halen
another bad break. Yeah,
solid 9.
His ball is coming in a little bit behind the head pin, so when he hits light, he can't get the 10 out, and then he hits high flush and it's driving too hard.
He's a little upset over the 9 pin. He's got to come back, collect himself, and he's got to get up and make this spare, because he makes this spare. The match is dead even with 2 frames to go.
And both on spares, and a 2-game match now comes down to a 2-frame match, all even through 18 frames, if Brian makes this spare. And no problem there.
Solomon, he's got the match in hand down here, and he just made a bad shot, missed in, and he had a little bit of dejection because he missed in. It's like, come on, man, you've just basically made the TV show back-to-back years.
I think Wesley was giving him a hard time.
Yeah,
there,
yeah, well, I think he was too.
Michael Martell looks like he moved in there with that ball. So still fishing around. He's got to find something. He's going to have to take on Wesley Lowe again, and that will be to make the TV show. So here we go. Brian Halen up in the 9th frame. This match is all even through 18 frames. Another great shot by Brian Halen. Messenger does not hit the 10.
Yeah, it's just from experience watching. You see what his ball is doing. It's just too long. So it's hard to make a switch because you're hitting the pocket. But it's just the ball doesn't have much of a chance to strike consistently just because it's just too far behind the head pin. And if the move in that situation, if I'm him, I try to move a little bit left actually and keep my eyes in the same spot and slow down and try to create a little more angle, but let the ball roll earlier with slower ball speed.
And I think he's in that comfort zone because this is the ball that bailed him out the last round when he was throwing the ball that was a little earlier, a little stronger. He went to this ball that was a little longer, a little more angular, and on the last pair, it was money.
Striking, right.
and now he's in that mode. But Bill's right. It's just a little bit behind it each shot, and then when it reads it really strong.
And we'll see what happens here. He may need a double. He may be shut out. You know, he may need a spare. We don't know. These two frames are gonna determine everything.
David Hooper's undefeated and now controls his destiny to make this TV show.
It's kind of ironic because both guys have different sorts of pressure on them. You know, Brian is in loser he's done.
Oh, and a
great
ring
shot.
10 there.
And David, you know, is trying to make the TV show.
Right.
You know, he's not even thinking about I got an
Another
extra match.
Right. So the situation now, David needs to make this 10-pin, and if he throws all 3 in the 10th, he will force Brian Halen to throw all 3 in the 10th to tie.
It literally just if he makes a spare, whoever wins the 10th frame wins the match.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Which is great for us because it's easy math, and we don't really have to.
We don't have to worry
add
about
too much. Nope.
We don't have to worry about pacing or max score.
Nope, doesn't matter.
And
Whoever
if
wins
they
10th frame
if
wins.
they do tie, it's one ball.
It is a one-ball
sudden
roll-up.
death until a winner's determined.
Pretty intense finish to this match right here for David Hooper for a chance to make the show and Brian Halen for a chance to get another match.
Yeah, David's just got to take a deep breath here. He's really got like nothing to lose in this situation. Just make a good shot.
And he did make a very good shot in the 9th frame. Made a great shot.
Little rip the rack.
Yep. So no matter
what, he's forced Brian to throw the first one.
Correct, because he can't lose any count as long as he fills at least 20.
Yeah, as long as he fills the back half of the frame.
Right. And, you know, we've talked over the last 2 days in our broadcast about pre-shot routine, and David's doing this is helping him right here. He's going through his pre-shot routine. He's doing it the same every time. He's taking his time. He's staying focused. He's not getting ahead of himself.
And his demeanor all week has been very calm, very cool. Likes it.
Oh,
and 4-pin.
All right.
Now, very important to make this 4-pin.
Very important. This is a big, because then, you know, if Brian doesn't strike on the first ball, loses.
Right. Very important to make this 4-pin and keep the count the same as it is. It makes it no problem. So forces Brian Halen to double to win, strike spare to tie, anything less than a strike on the first ball, and David Hooper makes the TV show. Brian Halen taking a re-rack. You think that's just to take some time? You think, you know?
Oh, I think it's all just to collect himself.
And Brian's actually been very deliberate all week when he's needed a shot. He actually seems like he takes more time when he needs a shot. He's been very deliberate.
And everybody's different in those situations. You know, you can't tell somebody, hey, don't re-rack, or, you know, do re-rack, whatever. It's all personal preference and what makes you feel right in that moment.
All right, here we go. Brian Halen must strike on this ball. Anything less than a strike, and David Hooper wins. Through the face, and David Hooper has made the TV show in the U20 boys division at the 2017 Junior Gold Championships.
I'd say that's a ton of pressure, you know, for Brian up there, and you could tell he felt it there. And, you know, knowing that you needed to extend the match, and you know you have to win a game to make, you know, Junior Team USA. All those things are a really tough situation.
David's sitting back here in the bleachers, and he's with his friends and not really showing much emotion. I'm not sure he knows what's hit him yet.
Still, you know, what a great week by Brian Halen, and what a great comeback. He was again, we talked about it. He was 100 pins out of even making the top 16 with just 5 games to go, and got himself all the way into the final 4. So what a great run, what a great week, and you know, he's a great player. Can't take anything away from him. So. Round 6 is now over, and now we are going to have a round 7 since we had 2 undefeated players lose. We're going to take a short break. They're going to re-oil our 2 pairs that we. I was just told they're going to re-oil our 2 pairs that we have on the camera.
And they're going to bowl right here.
And they're going to bowl right here. And so we're going to take a short break, and then we will be back with coverage of the very final round of this year's 2017 USBC Junior Gold Championships, presented by the Brands of Ebonite International. Thanks for joining us back here at the 2017 Junior Gold Championships presented by the brands of Ebonite International, and we are down to our final match before the TV show. This is round 7. We have one match in the U15 division and one match in the U20 division. Here in the left pair, 25 and 6 in the U15 division, we've got Terrence Rock against Anthony Nyer, and in the U20 we've got Michael Martell versus Wesley Lowe. The winners of these matches will advance to their respective TV shows. And joining me in the booth is PBA Tour Champion Bill O'Neill and PBA PWBA Tour Rep for Ebonite International Rob Gottschall. Gentlemen, we're down to it. This is the last match.
And no surprise to anyone, Wesley Lowe threw his first shot before the rack was even up. He's firing out there.
So if you guys are, keep in mind this is the second match. We had two of these players that were undefeated before the last match, Terrence Rock and Michael Martell. If you're them and you lost that last match, how do you regroup and come back and refocus yourself to bowl this one match to make that TV show?
Yeah, it's really difficult. It's a hard thing. Like, when you're in this spot, and you're like, oh, I have to lose twice, so it's good. But if you don't get that first win, it's difficult to win this match, because now, okay, if you're Terrence, you start off with a split. It's like, oh, here we go again. And you have to try to avoid thinking about that, and just go through the same process you were when you won all these matches. Just get aggressive and don't be defensive. Once you start becoming defensive, that's when you're lost.
Do you think there's more pressure on that guy that already lost, that lost, or do you think there's equal pressure on both guys?
I think there's probably more pressure on the guy that just lost, because in your head you're like, oh, well, I needed to lose twice. I don't want to lose twice. You have to. So much easier said than done. But you have to put that out of your head, and you just got to go bowl.
And the break was short. It's not like they were able to go get lunch or anything, leave the building. It was literally a short enough break to strip it over the lanes, let them sit for a few minutes before we started practice, and here we are. So you gotta dig deep and refresh your mindset as you go into these next 2 games.
And Terrence is off to a rough start here with 2 opens. Anthony Nyer with a strike. Terrence is going to have to really regroup here. And a lot of frames left, but he's going to have to regroup here. The winner of the Anthony Nyer-Terrence Rock match in the U15 division is going to move on to both defending U15 champion Solomon Salama. What a great run he's made again this week. And in our U20 division, the winner of Michael Martell and Wesley Lowe will move on to meet David Hooper.
I will say a little different strategy by Michael Martell. He is a little further left to start this match than he was the last match. He's going a little more direct, kind of rolling it just a little more. So we'll see how it plays out here early on.
And he did experiment in practice with a ball that hooks quite a bit more. So I think if he needs to get away from that spot and go a little more right to left, I think he'll be able to do it with the ball he was experimenting with.
Wesley after the ring 7. Get up in the 3rd frame here. Good shot. Messenger does not hit the 7. Anthony Nyer looking to make another good shot after the ring 7 last frame, and 6 pin. So another good shot. Hitting the pocket, making spares.
Anthony converts a 10-pin, taking an early 21-pin lead in the match.
So do you think Michael Martell's different game plan and how he's attacking the lanes is directly related to the fact that Wesley is throwing urethane?
To me, it looks like it is. I mean, I think he's a smart kid. He saw what happened to him. He's not going to do exactly the same thing as what happened in the match before, and he knows that didn't work. So he's using the same ball, but he's a little bit firmer and he's trying to go up the lane a little bit more.
It's almost like we said. He needs to try to get a little left of him and use the carry down from the urethane that Wesley creates and use it as hold.
Looked like he got a little quick there.
Yeah. Man, I mean, he's obviously trying to throw it a little firmer because he's playing a little straighter. So, he's just got to remember to use his legs
use
still.
His legs, yeah. That's the hardest thing when you try to throw it. You're trying to throw it harder. You don't want to get to your 4th step and realize you have to throw it harder and then use your upper body and use all muscle. It's got to all be done by your legs. So your arm can do the exact same thing as it does when you're throwing it your normal speed.
Tristan asked who the U20 confirmed on the TV show. That would be David Hooper, who won in the last round. He is on the TV show for the U20. And a good break by Terrence Rock there. And, sometimes maybe that's something you need to get yourself loosened up and get going a little bit. Trip 4.
Yeah, it looks like his ball roll's hurting him a little bit right now. It's a little bit. He's spinning it a little bit, so it's not starting up soon enough. So every time he misses a little bit left, it hooks way too hard high, and when he gets it right, it just doesn't slow down enough to have a chance to get back to the pocket.
Anthony Nyer stepping up in the 4th frame. He's made 3 good shots, only 1 strike, but he's made 3 good shots. That looked like a pretty good one there too. And another ring 7. So if you're Anthony, knowing Terrence is struggling, you're hitting the pocket, but you may be getting a little frustrated because you're not carrying. What do you do in that situation?
Nothing. Just do exactly. I mean, I do exactly the same thing. Just keep throwing good shots. If if he wants to make like a parallel 1-and-1 right, just to get his ball a little bit closer to the pocket, that would be fine. But to try to change speeds or change axis rotations or anything crazy like that, I would not do that right now. I would make Terrence show me that he's going to put a little heat on before I change anything.
And Michael Martell made a little bit of an adjustment there. I think threw that one a little slower after throwing the last one a little harder.
Got a little slow, caught it just a little bit. He's forcing it just a little bit. He's bowled so well, and he really just needs to relax and just let it roll off his hand. The lane's going to do what it's going to do, and he's got to trust in his ability, and he just can't get down on himself.
I'm calling it. He's making the spare.
Absolutely. I think this is a make all the way.
Oh. And he actually did hit the 6-pin, too. The 6-pin wiggled a little bit. That was a great effort there.
That's right. He's just going to come back, take a deep breath, and, regroup. It's very early. A lot of frames left.
We've got over 425 people watching us now. Hopefully get a few more here. We're about halfway through game 1 of a 2-game total pins match in round 7 of the 2017 Junior Gold Championships, U20 and U15 boys. This match is to make the TV show. Again, in the U15 division, Solomon Salama has already qualified for the TV show, and in the U20 division, David Hooper has already qualified for the TV show. Those two are off waiting for find out who their opponents are. Wesley Lowe looking for his first double of this match, and he gets it.
Yeah, Wesley's lined up to hit the pocket. Honestly, if I'm Michael here, I know we talked about him getting left of Wesley with the urethane and throwing it firm, but he just doesn't look comfortable doing it. If I'm him, I get out of that ball, I pick up the other ball used in practice, and move an arrow right and start curving it.
Terrence also looking for his first double, and a really good shot there. Terrence made a couple good shots the last 2 frames now, and Anthony's kind of waiting for him. He's made a lot of good shots, but he hasn't gotten any doubles, so it's not like he's pulling really far ahead. Terrence picks up the spare, no problem, and let's see what Michael does here. If he makes any kind of adjustment or stays where he's at. Looks like he stayed where he was at.
His margin for error in that part of the lane just is not very good right now. He doesn't have. If he throws it too slow, it hooks. If he misses right, it hooks. If he throws it too hard, it skids. And if he, he gets a little bit left, it skids. Like there's no real defined area where he can say, okay, this is my miss area, and that's what bowling's all about is getting in the perfect spot so you can miss and it'd be okay.
And TJ a little quick on that one with a 210. Got to relax a little bit. Try to make this. Still close in the match. He's just try to make this. Michael Martell should have no problem covering his 3-pin. Or right-hander's 2-pin.
The right-hander's 2-pin. And he almost missed it, and Dave was almost not allowed to speak again.
So, based on what you said a frame ago, you really think Michael needs to get into that stronger ball and just get in and curve it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this definitely isn't it. There's just no way. There's no way he's going to be able to keep up.
He's got to change something just so he can get comfortable.
Exactly.
His shots he's making right now are not that far apart from each other,
right?
And the results different every time.
Different.
Oh, he's taking a re-rack here, and again, this could be just a strategic re-rack just to slow him down a little bit and give him a chance to think about what he's going to do here. So match is only 25% of the way over. He's still got 15 frames to go.
I do like how deliberate he is. He's very deliberate, and he doesn't get up there and make the shot till he's comfortable and ready to go.
Anthony Nyer with a Brooklyn for a double, and a big break there for him.
Yeah, you know, Bill said he thought he should make like a 1-and-1, you know, in just to get a little closer to the pocket. It looks like he stayed a little in the same spot, geared it down, and caught it a little more, and it overreacted.
It might even be more than that. It might even be a 2-and-2 or something, just 3-and-3, just to get away from that spot, because now he's going high and light.
That was a great shot by Michael.
Great shot by Michael there. Absolutely.
Which isn't the issue for him. You know, if he throws it dead perfect, it's going to split the 8-9. Like his ball rolls great, and everything about it, his game is awesome. So if he throws it really good, it's good. But he's bowling a guy who's not going to bowl 360. So he can't just rely on throwing a perfectly great shot every single time.
That was a great shot by Terrence there. And this is an important shot for Terrence early in this match. He just threw a really good shot, and an errant shot by Wesley. The 3-6-7.
He popped up right out of it, threw it hard.
Terrence has a chance to kind of keep himself in it here. Although Anthony put a double up there, he did just go Brooklyn on the last shot. So
we need a double for his confidence.
That was
an
a
excellent
really
shot.
Good shot.
He
good shot.
He stayed down all the way through that shot. He didn't pop up. He didn't try to throw it hard or rev it more. He just let the lane bring the ball in, and you could tell by he posted the shot, and both his legs were down.
You know, a little minor mental mistake by Wesley over here. You know, I know it's early in the match and stuff, and he tried to convert the 3-6-7, but you got to get the pins too. You know, you're on a double. You got to that one pin adds up to 2, and you know, when we're bowling these 2-game total pin matches, we've seen numerous ones come down to less than 2-3 pins. So
see how he recovers after the open, and he really grabbed that one.
Yeah. Well, it's just overcompensation. He popped up out of it, missed the last one, and in that one wasn't going light.
We've seen that almost exclusively. Like just been watching for 2 straight days of every time someone's gone light, the very next shot they've thrown, they've gone high.
Anthony Nyer made a great shot on lane 26, up on lane 25, looking for a 4-bagger to extend his lead over Terrence Rock.
Yeah,
great shot.
Nice and aggressive with that one.
It's a great shot. No problem on the spare for Wesley. Now, Terrence coming up on lane 26. Again, still by no means out of this match. He's thrown the last 2 shots really good. He looks like he's a little more comfortable now. He just gets up here, strikes out. He's still got a max of 205. Anthony Nyer with a max of 246. That looked like a really good shot too. Oh, just didn't get there.
It's this lane. 26 has been like this for
2 days now.
2 days, where it's just a little bit extra speed, and it goes right. You can just see the ball pick up and then stand up and not able to make it all the way back to the pocket.
I've already put it in my notes in case we ever bowl a tour stop here again.
Yeah.
Lane 26 is definitely tighter.
That was a really good shot by Michael again.
He's got to get out of that ball.
Interesting that Terrence shot that 2-8 straight at it.
I like the confidence. You want to become a good spare shooter, and you got an opportunity to set pins up. You know, the center you pegs at, throwing it straight up 25 on the left side at the 2-8 will improve the straightness of your swing real quick and your spare shooting ability.
Through the face, and Terrence is in a little bit of trouble right here.
Yeah, he gets on top of himself a little bit, and he gets real steep, and that's what he did on that one. You could see it when he was releasing the ball. He just was like almost lunging after it because his spine tilt was just way too forward. You know, almost always that shot goes left.
No problem with the spare for Michael Martell. And you know, I'm looking at this, and Martel's looking like he's struggling. Maybe he's not in the right ball, but he's only down 7 pins through 7 frames.
It could be a lot worse.
And he could be in a lot worse position. So he's right there. He's keeping himself in the match. He's making his spares, and it looks like he might be making a ball change here. No,
no,
maybe not. So he's going to stick with this ball a little bit longer.
That was a really good shot.
6 pin for Anthony Nyer.
His hand just got over the top of it just enough to not make it hold.
That looked left. Left looked like did he maybe spin that one a little bit?
It was a little left, and he got around it, so it shot down the lane a little further. It tried to make its way back, just couldn't get there.
Anthony Nyer converts his 6 pin. He's going to be in the 220s, and he's going to have upwards of a 60 pin lead after one game. Sydney Brummett in the chat. Yes, Wesley did come out of the contenders bracket. This is the second match he's bowled Michael. So Anthony Nyer with a 66 pin lead after one game now. 225 to 159. Great shot by Wesley there, and a stone 8.
I will say Wesley's a little amped up. He's throwing it much firmer than he has the last couple rounds.
His footwork looks like he's really fast this time.
And his ball's starting to clip the thumb hole just a little bit. You can hear it going down the lane. So there's been some slight changes in how he's bowling this game as well. So obviously, there's a little pressure on him. He's feeling some pressure too.
Axe in the chat. The match on the left is U15, and the match on the right is U20. And Wesley wasting no time getting back up there on the approach. Good comeback shot there. You're right about him being amped up. Like he's gotten amped up a few times, but it's been really late in the match. This is the earliest in a match that I've seen him do this.
Yeah, when he lets go of it, he's up on his toes a little bit right now. There's just some slight differences, and I think that's why he doesn't have the bagger. Like, I mean, every round a day he's been throwing 5 and 6 baggers, and now he's putting along, I guess. So, we're bowling for a TV show here. So I mean, it's different.
Michael Martel now with a max score of 191. Really needs to put a couple good shots together here at the end of this game.
There's a good one.
That was a good one. Great shot there. He's taking his time, not getting too worried about anything.
Checking the hair.
Did you learn that from you, Bill?
I'm going to check my hair after this. I'm wearing this headset all day. My hair is going to be trying to grow back into my skull.
I used to have hair before I started broadcasting, boys.
Thanks for chiming in there, Michael.
Yeah. Well, we missed the whole first match today because of couldn't get this up.
A really, really important shot by Michael Martel here. It looked like a pretty good one. And he gets a little light mixer.
Terrence just switched to urethane.
And you know what? He had to do something. So we've now got 3 out of the 4 players bowling right now throwing urethane. Martel's the only one not.
You know, I don't know his 5-ball arsenal, but the other 2 balls he's thrown in these 2 matches are pretty strong balls. So I'm going to guess that his other balls are a little cleaner covers, more responsive. And that's just not what him and his coach in the back are seeing. So he might have went to the urethane to try to play the front a little more and control the pocket.
Right. That looked like a pretty good shot by Martel there too. What a great finish to this game.
That's a great finish.
Being fairly lost most of the match, and
to
make those 3 shots at the end of the game.
That shot he throws, if it's a little bit firmer in that direction, it just doesn't hook.
Right, and now, if Wesley doesn't get the first one in the 10th, it's basically an even match.
Yeah.
We have the possibility of a tie.
Who turned his microphone on?
I think Flanagan's getting a little tired, or is tired.
And an open to start with Anthony Nyer. Terrence made the ball change through 1 shot, and as we've seen in previous matches, here's a chance if Terrence can throw a 3 or 4 bagger together here and make Anthony think about it. You never know what can happen. And he gets the roll, and you know what? That 1 pin might come back to be big there, as he finishes out with the back 4 for 191, and Wesley, 151 in the 8th and a strike in the 9th, has a possibility of 211. But either way, regardless of what Wesley does here, Michael Martel can be no more than 20 pins down, and he looked lost the entire match.
I wouldn't necessarily say lost. I just think he's in a tough part of the lane where he's got to be perfect.
Right.
And he made a lot of good shots. Yep. And I was going to touch on it on his fill ball because he threw the same ball he's been using. On tour, even though we're at there's a close match here, we had the possibility of a tie after the first game. A tour player would have thrown a different ball and tried a different part of the lane just to see, figuring they trust their ability. Worst they're going to do, possibly 7, 8, and at that point, and again, you don't want to throw away any pins, but that 1 ball could lead to so much more score. Risking 2 pins off your score to potentially gain 30 or 40 is the main reason. But it comes with experience. Pros do it all the time.
So Wesley did get his double in the 10th. 2 really good shots.
It's a great
8 on the fill. So he's going to be up by 18 pins. 209 to 191. And here we go, and look what we got going on over here. Anthony Nyer with 2 splits, and TJ Rock with a good shot. And if he can put a double up here, and that was a great
really
shot.
Good shot.
And give it a little fist pump, and you know what? He's letting Anthony know that he's not going away, regardless of being down by 66 pins.
Well, I think the big thing by going to urethane, he's committed to one thing now.
Right.
He's going to hit it hard, and it's going to be pretty direct.
And you think about it, he's down by 66. He's already made half of it up in 3 frames.
Yeah.
The key for him with that urethane ball is going to be this right lane.
Absolutely. But the thing is, if he gets it to pick up fast enough, he may not even see that push down the lane.
Yeah, he just needs to make sure that it's more in front of him and not shaping the ball at all.
An important shot for Anthony. He got the break, tripped the 6 over here. He's getting really fast now, getting out ahead of it.
The first game of every match he bowled, he's been so calm, so just confident, and now he's quick. Everything's quick. His feet are fast. His routine's fast. He's just got to dial it back a little bit. And bowl the last 6 frames like he did, essentially the first 10.
Yeah, and he's a half a game away from being on the show, and he's up by 60-some pins. So he's he's feeling a little bit. You know, he can sense it, and sometimes you gotta be careful of that.
No problem on the one pin spare.
I mean, as long as he keeps filling frames, he's going to put the pressure on Terrence.
Right.
I know he started with a couple early opens, but you keep filling those frames, the pressure's still on Terrence to string some strikes.
Right, and you run out of room at some point.
Exactly.
To make up those pins.
That's not going to hook.
No, and that was just way fast and right from the last 2 shots he threw.
He didn't hit it as hard either. That was more like when he was doing the resin ball. He just kind of let it float off his hand.
Wesley with an early double in game 2.
Good spare.
Great spare. He's made up 29 of the pins.
That looked like a good shot by Michael. Couldn't quite trip the 8-pin out of there.
Both shots just a little up the lane, but I definitely like him being up the lane than him trying to circle it a little bit from that angle.
And a nice trip 4 there for Terrence.
Yeah, this U15 match, we got 2 very amped up young men right now, and the one that kind of composes himself the best here down the stretch is going to come out victorious.
That looked like a really good shot by Anthony.
That was a much better shot, much more composed.
Bad break. That was a really good shot, though. Now he's got to just calm down,
yeah.
despair. Again, he's just got to keep filling frames.
You have to think if you're him, if you fill frames and you bowl 170, that's going to be enough.
Yeah.
So that's the way you have to approach it.
He's still up over 30 pins total. So every one of those 10 pins means that's every double Terrence has to throw.
I mean, if he stays clean the rest of the game, bowls 170, that puts Terrence. He's going to need in upper 230s to win. And so I mean, they're not that easy. They're very hard. So for him to have to take this start and make it into 230, he can only afford to miss. He can only afford to miss one more time the rest of the game. You know, if he stays clean.
And another split for Anthony Nyer. Baby split here.
I mean, he may have left the baby split, but those last 2 shots were much more relaxed.
This lane looks like it hooks on him. Like it's just it's really early for him. He's got to get away from it.
And another open frame. So by old math, if my math serves me right, Terrence with strikes in the 6th and 7th actually would take the lead in the match.
Almost.
Yeah, he's actually still down.
Mark.
If they both strike out,
be within a couple pins.
Anthony would still win.
Oh.
That's a good shot on that lane.
Much better shot. He didn't try to shape it.
Nope, just jamming it right in there. And that's how he has to do it on this lane. This lane here, he can give it away just a little bit.
And now this is where halfway through this match now, and Terrence is making a run. I think the pressure's squarely back on Anthony Nyer now.
Yeah, he gets this one right here, and Anthony's got different thoughts going through his head.
Right.
That's got a shot. That was really good.
What a great shot.
That was really good.
What a great shot. Now, those 2 shots, he threw those 2 like he meant it.
Yeah.
Now, Anthony's got to understand he still has the hammer in the match. It's still his match to win.
He's getting over the top of it a little bit.
All right, got lucky just leaving the 4-pin there. But what that one shot did do is now it actually put Terrence to where he controls the match.
Yeah.
If he strikes out, he cannot lose.
Anthony's got a little bit of frustration setting in. He's got to go back over to the other lane here and just make a good shot. He's made tons of good shots today. Nothing different on this one. Wesley gets that one just a little up the lane, leaves the 6-pin.
There you go. That's a
great shot by
That's
Anthony.
a way to come back.
There was a great shot right there. Let Terrence know he's not going away yet. So Anthony now has a max score of 194 this game. Terrence has a max score of 267.
Terrence has to take his time here. His pace to the lane from where he was off the pair was very, very quick. Like Bill said, he tends to get over the top of it. He's got to make sure he keeps them shoulders back over the top of them legs. It's pretty good.
That's a good shot. That was a really good
flat
shot.
10. That was a great shot. Still right in the match. The match is within a mark now. He's got to.
He's down 4.
Right. Compose himself. Make his spare.
14.
How many?
14. He's got to make the spare, put the strike up in the 9th, and then he puts all the pressure on Anthony to get up and perform to shut him out.
Great shot by Michael.
Ball's he can't win if he uses that ball.
Yeah, no problem making the spare for Terrence. So Anthony Nyer with max score 194. Terrence with a max score of 246. So now Anthony in the position where he controls the match if he strikes out, and he's actually going to get up and finish first. This is an important shot for Terrence. Must have this to make sure he at least has a chance to win.
Another good one.
Oh, big ring 10.
Wow. 2 really good shots.
Great shot. Once again, match is far from over. 2 great shots there.
Yeah, I mean, he can get in the house at 394 if he would strike out, which basically means Anthony Nyer needs 169, I believe.
Which means he would need to double somewhere.
He would need to double to shut him out. So if he gets the one in the 9th and stays clean in the 10th.
Just made it. Right, so Anthony needs a double. He either needs to strike in the 9th or double in the 10th in order to shut out Terrence. Anything other than that, Terrence is going to have a chance to get up in the 10th and win. And you guys were a little off saying Wesley's match was going to finish first because they're more than a half a game behind.
That was an unbelievable shot. So much better than the one before. He got his hand softer, more up the back. Was not over the top.
You know,
so he needs a mark.
He needs a mark and good count.
Right.
You know, you were just talking about the pace over here in the Martel Low match. The last round, I felt Wesley dictated the pace. It was much faster. They both way faster. Now Michael has slowed the pace down quite a bit. I don't know if it's strategy or he's just making sure he takes his time.
His demeanor.
Really good shot there again. He's making good shots.
He's bowling great.
He is, and he just can't. His ball's just not quite getting through the pins right. So Anthony Nyer needs a mark here in the 10th with good count. What a great shot to come back.
That was
unbelievable finish.
Very impressive.
Those last 3 shots
very
were
impressive.
We talk about it over and over, the low scores in the 6th and 7th frame, and how these kids just come back with
bear down and
3 and 4 baggers to bail out these 180s
I mean,
and 190s.
Terrence bowled 150, and he was down by a bunch, and he just switches to a urethane ball and just bowls an unbelievable game and throws 2 great shots in the 8th and 9th, and Anthony gets up there and throws 3 great shots in the 8th, 9th, and 10th to lock it out. I mean, that's the stuff you'd see from the best of the Hall of Famers on the tour. You know,
right.
these are 14, 15-year-old kids.
And
incredible.
Kudos to Terrence for what he did at the end of that match, or in the second game there, to come back and do what he did and actually give himself a chance to win in the 9th frame.
And he made great shots in the 8th and 9th. I mean, he left the flat 10 on the right lane, the ring 10 on the left lane. He's got nothing to hang his head about.
Not at all.
No, and in the U15 division, he's got many more years to come. Flat 7 by Wesley there.
I remember bowling a couple tournaments in Vegas 3, 4, 5 years ago, and Terrence was bowling when he was like 10.
Right. Great shot there again.
I've been where Terrence is at right now a million times, and you're going to kick yourself for not using that ball in the first game, and you just have to try to. If you're him, you have to draw on the positive of this and how hard he fought to get back in the match and have a chance to win.
So Anthony Nyer finishes with 402. Terrence Rock's going to finish with 394. Wow. So it's going to end up being a less than a mark match. What a great finish by both of these kids. I mean, Terrence to put the pressure on Anthony after being down by 66, and then Anthony to come back and throw those 3 shots in the 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Yeah, we got a big shot coming up here in the 6th frame for Michael Martell. He's on a strike in the 5th. He really needs a double to try to get something going here at the end of this game.
Terrence has got nothing to hang his head about there. Again, he didn't look like he threw it bad again.
He's got nothing. It's just, he's got to be.
He's got to be perfect. Dave, you mentioned about Terrence have nothing to hang his head about. Sometimes we call it the 30-minute rule. He can go hang his head for 30 minutes, but after 30 minutes, he needs to come back and realize what he did this week and be proud of himself and all the other people that could have been in that position or wanted to be in that position. And hats off to him, and congrats to Anthony.
That's only
Anthony
twice.
Nyer on making the show.
So recapping this match here, Wesley's up by 18 pins the first game, and up by another 20 in this game. So he's got a 38-pin lead with 4 frames to go, both players on spares. And Michael Martell now is almost in a must-strike situation. He really can't miss any more times here.
I think he has to strike out. He's got to get in the 230s to have any sort of shot here.
Even if he strikes out, Wesley just needs a double and to stay clean, really.
Yeah.
Right. Terrible break with the stone 8 there.
That was a really good shot.
And he is making some good shots.
And that's just the issue with what he's doing and where he's playing is that if it's just a little bit harder or just a little bit more rolled, it just gets on the other side of the pocket and he leaves a flat 7 or something light in the pocket, and then he gets his hand around just a little more there and it leaves a solid 8.
And we're coming down to the final 3 or 4 frames to determine our last spot on the TV shows. We've got almost 600 people watching now. And Michael Martell, you know, you said something earlier, Rob, about him dictating the pace of this match, and he really has. He's not gotten out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, I think it was a slight detriment in the first match they bowled. They bowled much quicker the first match. And, you know, Wesley dictated that a little bit with striking. I think when Michael started to struggle, he just started rushing. But I like the fact that he's brought it down to his level and where he wants it to be. And, you know, right now he's losing right now, but I think he's done the right things to at least mentally put himself in position.
A big shot coming up here for Wesley in the 8th. Martell's got a match score of 226, which the best he can do is 417. Wesley can still have 257 this game, which would get him in 466. So this is pretty much gonna put it out of reach.
That was really good.
You can see it instantly. He stays down on when he stays down on it. The ball reads the lane so much better.
He actually took a little extra time on that one too. He did, and that might be what made him stay down on it a little bit. I
think it's experience. I mean, this kid's bowled all over the world, and you know, you have to lean on those experiences when you're in this situation.
Michael maybe just trying to make it strike now.
Yeah, you can see some frustration starting to set in. It's getting up there really quick. You know, obviously it's not looking like it's going to be the result that he wants, but I spoke yesterday when we covered one of his matches. I bowled with him at team trials when he was 15 years old, and seeing how much he's grown in that time frame, and you know, now he's at college at Robert Morris. Again, with Terrence, he's got the 30-minute rule in my book. He needs to be proud of how far he's come.
And he's going to be on Junior Team USA.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
right.
That's why you came here. You know,
right.
The TV show is the cherry on top. You know, nice little bonus at the end. But, you know, he's going to get the experience of being on Junior Team USA, and that's really what he came here for.
Right.
And he'll wear that jacket with pride.
Absolutely.
Walter Ray still wears one of his Team USA jackets to this day.
That's saying something.
I actually have one in the room. That's what I should have brought today to wear because it's 7 degrees in here.
So what you're saying is it's 80 degrees cooler in here than it was yesterday.
Yes, I would take it. We've taken yesterday.
Pretty impressive performance by Wesley Lowe today, guys.
And he won a lot of matches. He was in the contenders bracket from the
very beginning. He lost the very first match and came out of the contenders bracket now to.
And he's gonna look to win his second U20 junior gold title, with his last one coming back in 2013.
This is his last go at this, right? He's
correct.
What's funny is after last year, he was going to go adult at the end of the year and go adult and, you know, start bowling for money. And his parents asked him if he would bowl one more junior gold for them. So, you know, obviously he's doing it for himself as well, but this is really for his mom and dad who are here watching this week. And, you know, we're going to tape the show here in a few hours, and, you know,
see what happens.
Between him and David Hooper, it's going to be a great match.
Yeah. It is going to be a great match. And again, you know, Michael Martell, he's going to be frustrated. He's going to be disappointed. But what a phenomenal week. And like Bill mentioned, he got a spot on the junior team. And ultimately, that is what these kids come here for. So he's got nothing to be disappointed about, really. You know, he's junior team. Who knows where he's going to get to bowl, what he's going to get to bowl in. He's going to get to represent the United States.
Yeah, and just that week at camp, I mean, it's refreshing to me when these kids have their junior team camp and you see the Facebook posts when they leave. It's a life-changing experience. I mean, it's a fraternity and sorority that not many people get to be a part of, and you get to experience that, and that's just something you take for a long, long time.
Right. So we got a final score of Wesley Lowe with 444 and Michael Martell with 371. And we are all done with the match play rounds. And again, like Rob mentioned, we're gonna tape the shows later today. And you know, I just want to say a couple thank yous to everybody, USBC for one, and Chad Murphy and everybody there. It's been a fantastic week. Bill, Rob, you guys have been in the booth with me the whole time. Thanks for all the insight. We had some pretty cool guests in here, Marshall Holman, Chad Murphy, Wes Malott, and thanks to Mike Flanagan and Inside Bowling for streaming this and on Bowl TV. Thanks to Ebonite International for the sponsorship of this great event, and huge congratulations to all the kids that not only made the show and made the finals, but got here that qualified to get here and participate with over 3,600 kids.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say thank you to all the kids and the parents out there. I mean, they've made this experience for me unforgettable. You know, registration day, hanging out with all the kids and their parents, just seeing how happy everybody was, and then to come out here and watch the amazing talent and just to see how great they act on the lanes and their composure and how they go about their business was great for me, and I'm glad I got to be a part of it.
I'm glad I'm going into retirement because these kids are too good for me.
Yeah, you know, Dave, and a few more people we need to thank. Obviously, we need to thank the staff at USBC for, you know, putting on such a fantastic event this week and allowing us to be here as well. But the thank you to the volunteers and all the people that put in the long days of work. Without them, the event couldn't run as smoothly as it is. But I'm going to go back to Bill. I can't thank the kids enough. This is my first junior gold as being the organizer and overseeing the sponsorship of the event, and I'm ecstatic with how things went, but just the experience the kids received this week, I'll take it with me forever.
Absolutely. And lastly, thanks to all the fans out there that have tuned in, everybody in the chat. We appreciate the support, and make sure you tune in on CBS Sports Network when these shows get aired. We're going to tape them later on today. And from here at Game of Wickliffe in Cleveland, Ohio, we're saying goodbye from the 2017 Junior Gold Championships.